good. I'm good.
Madam, just we want to take some awareness from your side. The background, how to insert, if you just announce.
Oh, okay. All right. If you have the Zoom meeting in front of you, all right, you need to minimize that one, and you need to open the, or yeah, you can use that screen anyways. All right. Click on just right below. You can see there mute and stop video. Do you see that? And there's a little arrow up.
In the video arrow mark.
Yeah, video. There's a little arrow up. Click on that one, and you will see there. Choose virtual background. You need to download the picture first.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, we need to download the picture first. Once the photo that I sent on the chat box is downloaded on your computer, just open your Zoom meeting, and on the video, click on that arrow up on the video button. Then you will have choices there. Then you choose virtual background. Then, yep, after choosing that, on virtual backgrounds, you will see there on the far right a little plus sign. You need to click on that plus sign. Then choose on the file. No, click on the plus sign, then click on add image. Then click on the file that you just downloaded and click on open. Then it will come up on your virtual backgrounds. Make sure to click on it before you close the window. Then voila.
Yes, ma'am. I think it's there, but it is showing as a mirror effect.
Yes, there is. When you open the virtual background, okay, there's a screen there. Just write virtual backgrounds, just right below on the same screen that I've told you. We have two buttons there. I have a green screen and mirror my video. Make sure to uncheck that or click that one with whichever will suit your background. So click on that one. If it's still not correct, then mine it's unchecked. So it reads like exact correctly.
Can you see mine background is correct or any changes?
Yes, it's correct. I can read IFERP. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you for your guidance. Saving what we are seeing virtually here.
All right, I hope everyone is safe, and we will start now. Everyone, good morning, good morning, good morning. So I hope everyone is back. So please encourage all your friends and students to click on our YouTube live coverage so we can have audience, or they can join us today. All right, everyone, good morning again. I welcome you all to our day 2 of our second international conference on technological advancement in science, engineering, management, and pharmaceutics 2021. All right, as you can see there, we are organized. We organized by the help of the Department of Electronics and Communications Engineering, and of course, the Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, Hyderabad, Telangana, India. And in the association with, of course, yours truly, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. All right, and I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Our keynote speaker, Professor Shailendra Kulkarni. Hello, sir, and I would like to welcome our session chairs. Associate Professor ECE of Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, Hyderabad, India, Mr. R. Mallikarjun. Associate Professor ECE, Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, Hyderabad, India, Mrs. K. Shayamala. Professor of Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, Hyderabad, India, Dr. P. Sumita Bashini. Hi, ma'am. Welcome back. And Assistant Professor, Department CSE, Gates Institute of Technology, Mr. A. Rama Pratap Reddy. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yep, and Professor of ECE in Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, Hyderabad, India, Dr. Raja Prakash Rao. And now, Assistant Professor, Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, Hyderabad, India, Mrs. L. Giothi. All right, and thank you all for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting their expertise with us. And I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the world, across India and the world, who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all our attendees in joining us today. Welcome, everyone. All right. For now, before we proceed, as I've mentioned, I would like to get that big smile of yours. I would like to request everyone to please turn on their cameras, and I'll just get a little remembrance from us. All right, and please bear with me because I have 2 pages of the screen, so I'm gonna be taking photos twice. All right. All right. Are we ready, everyone? Smile. All right. 1, 2. Say cheese. All right. First screen is done. I will be getting the second page. Hold on. Please hold your smiles. Again, 1, 2, 3, smile. Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone, for your cooperation. I like that big smile of yours. Why don't you open your cameras while we're doing this so that I can see all your faces, everyone? You're so handsome. We have handsome people in the house. And of course, our ladies are beautiful and looking smart. I wish I also had glasses. All right, everyone. We will start the technical session, day 2. And yeah, as per schedule, please go ahead and proceed. We have our breakout room. I believe you already know if you are included to our second breakout room. Please do so. Join the breakout room 2B if you are included to that breakout room. All right. All right. Just to make sure that you know how to join the breakout room, just right on your Zoom meeting window, just right below on your buttons, you can see there just, yeah, along the buttons. If it's not visible, click on more and join breakout rooms. Click on breakout rooms, I'm sorry. Then choose technical session 2B. Then you will see there a join button or the join word. Just click on that and you will be routed to the breakout room 2. All right. Move, everyone, move. All right. And now, for those that are included in the technical session A, please stay in this main room, and I will be your moderator.
Madam, can you repeat how to join in 2B?
Sure. Just right on your Zoom window where you can see my face, just right at the bottom there, you can see there your buttons. You can see their chat, share screen, reactions. Then there's a more. Click on more and click on breakout room.
If there are problems, I'm assigning them to 2B, ma'am. If anyone is having any problem, they can announce so that I can assign them to directly to 2B.
All right, perfect. If you are having problems in joining the technical session B, please message on the chat box that, hey, I belong to the technical session 2 or technical session B. Then we will be routing you there. All right.
Yes.
Excuse me, madam, I'm not able to see that breakout room here in the more field.
Sure, no problem. Sir, can you please
Yeah, Sunita,
move?
you have to move to session 2B.
I'm not able to see those rooms here in this more tab.
Yeah, beside the record, it will be there. No, your session is in 2B. If it is in 2B, I will make it 2B.
It is in 2A only, sir.
2A means no need of moving.
Oh, okay. If you are in 2A, please stay with me. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, everyone. I am just looking for the names of. I have 2 yesterday. Are they available today? From yesterday's technical session, we have 2 that weren't able to present. Are they available today? If you are, just please give me a direct message so that I can have you present in the middle. Okay. All right, let's start on schedule. And I would just like to remind all the presenters to please stay to please be mindful of the allotted time for your presentation, which is 8 to 9 minutes, and 1 to 2 minutes for question and answer. All right, so that everyone will be on schedule. All right, let's proceed with our technical session, and I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our technical session chairs, Mrs. R. Malikarjun. Hello, ma'am. Hello, sir. And Mrs. Keisha Mala.
Yeah. Good morning, ma'am.
Hi, good morning, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we will start now our presentation. Welcome, our first presenter of day 2. Paper about low power design, efficient fixed width adder using a replica of fixed width repetition block by Miss Chintakuntla Suetha. Second call to the paper about low power design efficient fixed width adder using a replica of fixed width repetition block by Miss Chinta Kuntla Suetha. All right, let me call on the next presenter, DLAU, a Scalable Deep Learning Accelerator Unit on FPGA by Ms. Bandari Srividya.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, I can hear you. Please go ahead and share your screen.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Audible, ma'am.
Yes, it is visible. Please proceed.
Good morning to one another. Myself Sri Vidya. I'm telling about DLAU Scalable Deep Learning Accelerator Unit on FPGA. Then abstract. As the emergency field of machine learning and deep learning shows excellent ability in solving complex learning problems. However, the size of the networks becomes increasingly larger scale due to the demands of the particular applications, which poses significant challenge to construct high-level performance implementations of deep learning neural networks. In order to improve the performance as well to maintain the low power cost, in this paper we designed a DLAU. The DLAU accelerator employs 3 pipeline processing units to improve the throughput and utilize the techniques to explore locality for deep learning applications. The proposed design achieves a high speed compared to previous architecture. Then existing method. In the past few years, machine learning has become in various research field and commercial applications and achieved satisfactory products. The emergence of deep learning speeded up the development of machine learning and artificial intelligence. Consequently, deep learning has become a research hotspot in research organization. In general, deep learning uses a multi-layer neural networks. Then currently the most widely used network models in deep learning are deep neural networks and convolutional neural networks, which has been provided to excellent capability in solving pictures recognition and voice recognition and other complex machine learning tasks. Then proposed method, DLAU architecture, DLU system. Then DLU system architecture is a embedded processor. DDR is a memory controller. DMA is a model and DLA is a accelerator. DMA means direct memory access. It transfers input data and weight matrix to internal DRAM blocks. It activates DLU accelerator and returns to the user execution. DLAU flexible and adaptable accumulator to different applications. DLAU consists of 3 pipelining units organized in a pipelining units. Then 3 pipelining units TMMU, PSAU, AFAU. TMMU means tiled matrix multiplication units. PSAU means parts sum accumulation unit. AFAU means activation function accumulation unit. Then proposal method. We present a scalable deep learning accelerator unit named DLA to speed up the kernel computational parts of deep learning algorithms. Then in order to explore the locality of the deep learning applications, DLAU architecture can be configured to operate different sizes of the data, lowers the trade-off between speed of and hardware costs. Then TMMU schematic. TMMU is a charge multiplication and accumulation operation. For calculation, we use pipeline and binary order 3 structures to optimize the performance. This time sharing and across the accelerations. The DLU acceleration is a comprised 3 fully pipeline processing units, including TMMU, PSAU, and AFAU. This network topology, such as a CNN and DNA, or emergency neural networks, can be composed from these basic modules. Then PSAU schematic. It is a responsible for accumulation operation. Parse sum is the final results of PSAU. Will write the value of output buffer and send the results after in pipelined manner. Then after that conclusion, the DLAU includes a 3 pipeline processing units which can be reused for larger scale neural networks. DLAU uses in techniques to portion the input node and data smaller set and compute repeatedly in time sharing the arithmetic logic. The results of promising the three, there are still some future directions, including optimization of the weight matrix and memory access. Also, the trade-off analysis between FPGA and GPU accelerators is another promising directions for large-scale neural networks acceleration. This mainly advantages is low cost, higher accumulation. That's it, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any question from our chair?
So, Miss Shweta, I have a question for you.
Srividya, ma'am.
Oh, sorry, Srividya. Okay. So, DLAU, right? So, how much speed can you achieve by DLAU compared to the other process?
Ma'am, 1 nanoseconds, ma'am.
And what about the power consumption of this DLAU?
Low, ma'am. Power consumption low, ma'am. Hello.
Ma'am, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Can you
Am I
repeat the
audible,
question? Yes, it's now audible.
Okay, I'm asking about the value, power consumption value.
1 nanosecond, ma'am.
That is delay, right?
Ma'am, your voice not audible, ma'am.
The question again.
So I'm asking about the power consumption of this DLAU. Am I audible?
Yes, now you're audible. It's
0.1 units, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Over to you.
okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much for that presentation. You may now stop sharing your screen. I would just like to remind the remaining presenters that I would strongly suggest that you use a laptop or a computer in order for us, for the audience, and especially for our session chairs to follow through your presentation. Your mobile is too small on the screen that we cannot really read through the presentation, follow through. Please make sure that you use a laptop or a desktop. All right. Okay. So thank you so much for that presentation. It will be. Let us welcome the next presenter, the paper about design and simulation of semi-coupled 12T transistor-based SRAM using 15 nanometer technology by Mr. Mothoku Praveen.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, yes, I can hear you. Please share your screen.
Hi, ma'am.
Yep, it's now visible. Go ahead, please. Can you at least have it on a landscape? It's too small.
Okay.
Please have it on a
Good
have it
morning to
in a
everyone.
landscape
Good
mode.
morning to everyone. Hello.
Yeah, can you have it on a landscape mode? It's too small. All right, go ahead, proceed.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. Hello. Can you audible me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. This is my project design and simulation of semi-coupled 12T transistor based on SRAM using 15 nanotechnology. The abstract is the technology is concentrating down rapidly on almost all the low power gadgets, equipment, memory, which works faster. Considering their new high speed SRAM cells we designed. The designed 12T SRAM cell also consume less power. In our design, transaction gates have been used to access transition. The simulation results the such power distribution. Delay is power PDP. PVDP means power delay product of the proposed SRAM. The SRAM means the static RAM. Cell have been calculated and constructed with those of the other existing models of SRAM cells. The introduction. The introduction is use of SRAM based on cache memories has increased over years of portable devices. The mobile phones and kinds of multimedia devices that attain high speed, low power, and high speed performance is the major puzzling of task with chips and demands integrated circuits. The designs in nanoscale technologies as VLSI chips in mobile communication and computing device, since they is wide the spreads of battery power smart devices. Nano medical devices are low power process has turned out to be serious problems with the systems and a single chip. So in order to analyze SOC, we can consider a low power SRAM because of occupies the major portion of area in this SOC. It really disturbs the overall power of SOC, a single system on a chip design. AIM. This is my project's aim. We are present three iterations of SRAM bit cells with NMOS. Only based on read ports aimed to greatly reduce data dependent read port leakage and improve and performance and conventional. Sorry. What's this? We compare the proposal works is the recording to matrix simulation of a 128 AB SRAM constructed with divided with one line decrease in architecture and 32 bits word size. Exiting system. The static random access memory. This actually a significant portion of the system on a chip has been notable contribution to power consumption area of this SOC. Since the areas an important factor when design the circuit, memory design engineers aim to place as many cells as possible as per column to allow sharing the peripheral circuitry. The conventional as 60 and 80 cells is greatly limited by their linearity work longer columns. Is there because of they suffer from data dependent leakage and degraded on a fire ratio. This bit is line string as mem. Therefore, it is needed to design new circuits addressing issue. These previous approaches have tried to solve this issue by increasing the N-F ratio is enabled to 1K cells per column. This is by simulations. This SRAM cells weights, this 50 transistors, these transistors is a MOSFET in there. The ground is there. This is a simulation about. This application is in memory and processor. Advantages is low power, better efficiency. Conclusion: we are present with three A specific read ports with enhanced data dependency report leakage. Some cells emit at high performance, low power, and low area respectively. All three proposed read ports did not immediately implemented any PMOS, thereby leading to smaller N well size, which in led smaller vertical size, shorter lines in the layout. This reduces area per cell and energy per access. Each of the SRAM cell which proposed to read ports improved effective read bit line voltage swing and enable 1K cells per read bit line, allowing the great potential area saving terms sharing proprietary circuit. This feature scope as the results suggest the effort to diameter and the metallic nature of the KMP behavioral performance metrics and improving the metrics effect and design the left of the part of the future work. This reference. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. It is so much.
Thank you so much. Any question from our chair?
I have a question for you. So how much energy consumption will be reduced by using the other CMOS technologies?
Sorry.
Audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are. The question was how much energy will be reduced? Hello,
Use.
sir. Did you hear the question?
Yes.
I didn't get any. Hello.
Can you repeat it, ma'am?
Repeat, ma'am.
Yes, please repeat.
Yes. How much energy consumption will be reduced compared to the other CMOS technologies?
That is better, ma'am. Better than NMOS, madam.
Yes, how much energy consumption?
Better than NMOS, madam. This way.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for that presentation. Now let me go ahead and then call on the next paper about the bandwidth enhancement of microstrip square patch antenna with partial ground plane for wideband applications by Ms. Sunita Talaru.
Good morning, madam. Am
Good
I-
morning. Yes, you are. Please share your screen.
So is it visible, madam?
Yes, it is. Please proceed.
So, morning, all of you. My name is Sunita, and I'm working as assistant professor in EC department of RVR and JC College of Engineering. And my paper is on wideband antennas. So bandwidth and enhancement of microstrip square patch antenna with partial ground plane for wideband applications. So the main thing here is this paper is mainly focused to resolve two issues. We want to construct an antenna with wide bandwidth and to construct an antenna which can be used at different wireless technologies, which can operate at different frequency bands. Okay, so this is the main focus of this paper. And for this purpose, a square patch antenna with partial ground plane is designed using the CST Microwave Studio, and it is also fabricated, and it is operating at Bluetooth frequencies and WiMAX, WLAN and X-band satellite applications. And these are the values of those dimensions of that antenna. And what is the main motivation behind this design is, in modern communication systems, the compact size of the antenna is the basic and most requirement. So for that purpose, we have chosen the microstrip patch antenna. Why? Because patch antennas can be easily fabricated on the PCBs, and it has the advantages like low cost, less weight, and low profile and small size. So due to that, microstrip patch antennas are highly desirable and demanding these days. And coming to the second factor, wide bandwidth. So in today's modern communication systems, high data rates are quite common. So to cope up with these high data rates, wide bandwidth is very much required. So wideband antenna is very much required in today's scenario. Why? Because a single device can be used at different applications. For example, text, video, and audio and multimedia streaming is also done by the same device. So for this purpose, wideband antennas is very much required. And for getting this wideband characteristics, so we have different techniques. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, okay. So the techniques which are used to improve the bandwidth of the antenna are these partial ground plane, defected ground plane, fractal patch, and microstrip patch antennas, and monopole antennas. These are some of the techniques, and these are not limited. There are so many other techniques also to enhance the bandwidth of the antenna. So we used partial ground plane technique in our antenna design. And coming to the structure of the antenna, microstrip patch antennas, it consists of 3 layers. The first layer is called, the top layer is called as the, it consists of patch as well as the microstrip feed line. And we can vary the shape of the patch to get the desired characteristics. And we can use the different feed techniques also. And coming to the second one, substrate layer, it is mainly going to decide the size of the antenna. So if you use the thicker substrates, it is the antenna size increases. So a compromise is made between the thickness of this substrate and antenna performance. So FR4 substrate is used in our design. Why? Because it is available and it is having low loss tangent, and it is the value epsilon r is 4.4 in this antenna FR4 we used. And third one is the bottom layer, which is called as the ground plane. So ground plane is used to enhance the bandwidth of the antenna. So we use the partial ground plane technique to enhance the bandwidth of the antenna. And these are the dimensions of the proposed antenna structure. So we decided to operate the antenna between 2 to 8 gigahertz, and we designed the antenna using CST Microwave Studio and fabricated. And these are the values, substrate values, width of the substrate and length of the substrate, and patch length and width are 17, and the length of the feed. All these are the values. And this is the antenna geometry. And in the front view, this is, and this one is the back view, which is nothing but partial ground plane. And parametric analysis of the proposed antenna is done to arrive at the final optimum proposed design. And for different values of, for example, if you see GL is equal to 26.9 to 28.9, we varied the ground length from these values, and patch length and width are also varied from 16 to 18, and we got different behaviors like this. This is for GL is equal to 27.9, and this is for GL is equal to 28.9. And by summarizing all these, and we got these values. And for 26.9, for the 16, we got 2 resonances, and for 17, patch length and width are same, and we got these 2 resonances. And for this, we got these 3 resonances, and the bandwidth is 5 gigahertz for this 26.9, and for 27.9, 5.43, like this, we got the bandwidth. And out of those values, okay, so we got, we decided to finalize these parameters to fabricate our antenna, which it is having a fractional bandwidth of 1 11%. And we fabricated the antenna. And this is the front view. This is the square patch, and this is the ground plane. And the fabricated antenna return loss measurement is done by this Aniritsu combinational analyzer, and simulated and measured results are compared, and they both are in agreement, and they are working. Our proposed antenna is working according to our requirement. And these are the radiation patterns. And we have compared our results with the earlier reported structures. So if you see here, so it is our proposed antenna is better compared to most of the structures here presented in terms of its dimensions and bandwidth. So it is having wide bandwidth, and it is operating for while WLAN, Bluetooth, and WiMAX applications, and X-band satellite applications also to 7.1 to 7.76 gigahertz. And both the results are in agreement, good agreement. And this antenna works for our intended purpose. And the only main drawback of this antenna is its gain. So the gain is varying between 1.2 to 4. You are getting the maximum gain of 4 dB. So if we use arrays of these antennas, similar antennas, we can get the better gain performance also. So this is about the bandwidth enhancement technique of wideband antenna.
Thank you. Any question from our chair?
Okay. What is the impedance bandwidth of this microchip patch antenna, madam?
Impedance bandwidth, we didn't calculate that value. So just fractional bandwidth only we considered.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am. Jojo, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation. Let me go ahead and call on the next presentation. Paper about VLSI architecture for power detection by using FPGA by Miss Komraj Nagarani. Hi. All right, second call. VLSI architecture for power detection by using FPGA by Ms. Kumraj Nagarani.
Hello. Madam,
Hi.
hello. Good morning, madam.
Good morning. Is this Ms. Nagarani?
No, ma'am, I am Shweta.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead, please. Yes, please let us welcome the paper about low power design, efficient fixed width adder using a replica of fixed width repetition block by Ms. Chintakutla Sweta.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, go ahead, please share your screen.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Your screen is not visible.
Some error occurred, ma'am.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
My name is Shweta, ma'am. I am now telling about my project. My project is low power design efficient fixed with adder using a replica of fixed with reflection block. This is my abstract. The
We
area
don't see
of-
your screen.
Oh,
When you click on share screen, please make sure to click on the on the window of your presentation before you click on share.
okay, ma'am.
All right. Miss Weta? Okay. I think she's still having technical issues. All right. Let me call on the next presenter. The paper about stability analysis of fractional ordered systems using time response and Bode plots by Mr. G. Rajender Naik.
Good morning, madam.
Hi, good morning. Yes, I can hear you. Please share your screen. All right, great. I'm visible. Please proceed.
Yeah, okay, madam. Thank you. Yeah, good morning, everyone. I am Sai Kiran, an undergraduate student from Kakati Institute of Technology and Science, Warangal. Now I would like to present my research paper on the topic fractional order system stability through FOTF FIVO. My teacher is G. Rajender Naik, sir. This is the outline of my presentation. First, we'll be starting with the abstract, then introduction, significance of the work, then time domain, frequency domain, and stability analysis, then MATLAB course and results, applications, and finally, conclusion, future work, and references. Abstract. The main aim of this work is presenting the fraction order systems with reference to transfer functions in time domain, frequency domain, and to carry out the stability analysis of such systems. In time domain method, the analysis is carried out by using step responses, and in frequency domain method, the analysis is carried out by using Bode plots. As the stability of LTI integer order systems is different from the LTI fraction order systems, here we use the Meitingen stability theorem to deal with the stability of fraction order systems. Here in this work, different transfer functions are taken from the real-time applications is being presented, and a suitable analysis is carried out for mathematical simplifications by using paired and Hankel approximation methods. The validation of these responses are obtained through FOTF FIVO of MATLAB along with the stability analysis. Introduction. The figure represents the classification of LTI systems. LTI systems means linear time invariant systems. The system which possess the property of both linearity and time invariance are referred to as linear time invariant systems. These LTI systems are classified into two types. One is integer and the other is non-integer. Here we are referring to non-integer order systems because of the limitations of integer order systems, such as limited stability region, less parameters tuned, limited approach for real-time applications, and less degrees of freedom, etc. These non-integer order systems are classified into two types. One is commensurate order systems and the other is non-commensurate order systems. If all the orders of derivation are integer multiples, then we said the system is a commensurate order system, and the others are said to be a non-commensurate order system. Commensurate order system are classified into two types. One is rational and the other is irrational. Significance of the work. These fraction order controllers usually have more parameters tuned and adjust the controller based on the system requirements. These fraction order transfer function has more degrees of freedom than its integer counterpart, and it also provides more space to design the controller precisely and more accurately to fit the needs of a system. These fraction order models of real-time systems are regularly more adequate than usually used integer order models. Fractional PID is used for controlling continuous systems. By this, we can limit the maximum value of the input control to much less than the value than with conventional PID for nearly the same response. Intelligent controllers like fuzzy, ANN, ANFIS can be used for improving stability of fraction order systems. Time domain analysis. The primary focus of this work is to understand the principles behind the fraction order systems and to plot the step response for understanding the system dynamic behavior. The given equation here is implemented by using the revised Grunwald-Letnikov definition, where h is the computational step size and omega j alpha can be evaluated recursively by using the below equation. To obtain a numerical solution for the above equation, first we have to obtain the signal u of t using the below equation u of t. Therefore, with the above specified mathematical approximations, now we can obtain the time response of the fraction order system by using the equation y of t. Frequency domain analysis. Frequency domain analysis is a method to analyze the mathematical functions in terms of frequency instead of time. Here, the response is plotted by simplifying the transfer function through substituting s equals to j omega in g of s, where g of s is the general representation of a fraction order transfer function. On simplification, the complex frequency response for the range of frequencies, omega belongs to 0 to infinity, can be computed through the following equation r of omega, where j is the imaginary unit. Coming to stability analysis, the stability of a system always plays a key role in designing a suitable system to meet the industrial requirements. Here, we are dealing with mating and stability theorem for the stability analysis of fraction order systems. It states that the fractional transfer function g of s equals to z of s by p of s is stable if and only if the following condition is satisfied in sigma plane. The condition is argument of sigma is greater than q pi by 2 for all sigma belongs to C, p of sigma equals to 0. When sigma equals to s to the power of q, when sigma equals to 0 is a single root of p of s, the system cannot be stable. And for q equals to 1, this is the classical theorem of pole location in the complex plane. That is, no pole is in the closed right plane of the first Riemann sheet. Unlike integer order systems, a stable continuous time fraction order system can have roots in the right half of the complex plane, which means that if we consider a integer order system, for integer order system, poles lie on the only left half of the plane. But if we consider a fractional order system, the poles can also lie on the right half of the plane for the system to be stable. MATLAB codes and results. Consider an example G of S, and which is a real-time example of precision positioning system. This is the MATLAB code for the step response. And to the right, we have the step response, which is being indicated with the time domain specifications, rise time, overshoot, peak amplitude, and settling time. This is the code for the step response. And to the below, we have the frequency response plot through Bode diagram. Here, both the phase and magnitude plots were represented. Here we calculated gain crossover frequency, phase crossover frequency, gain margin, and phase margin. And it is observed that both the gain and phase margins are positive values, which is an essential condition for stability. To the right, we have the stability response. The figure represents the region covered by the system poles. And it is observed according to mating and stability theorem that the given commensurate order system is completely stable with order q equals to 0.01, which is shown in the dialog box below. This is another example we have considered, which is an example for the real-time magnetic leviation system. Here, two figures indicate the basic representation of a FOTF weaver of MATLAB. It is needed to add a transfer function in the FOTF weaver and save to the workspace. On adding the transfer function, we can obtain the step response, Bode response, and stability response. Here, the order q equals to 0.8. This is another example, G of S, which is a real-time example for the precision positioning system. And this is the step response indicated with all the time domains frequencies. This is the frequency response and stability response. Here the system appears to be stable with the order Q equals 2.1. Applications. Some of the real-time industrial applications of a fraction order transfer function is wind turbine generation, which is used for generating electricity, electrohydraulic systems for lifting heavy weights, wind rotor systems, a precision positioning system, which is a global navigation satellite system that calculates very precise positions with errors as few as a few centimeters. It is mainly used in military applications. And a magnetic leviation system, which is used as a magnetic propels in trains and also for the contactless welding. Conclusion. Stability analysis of a fractional order systems is carried out by using time domain analysis and frequency domain analysis in a FOTF viewer of MATLAB. Real-time applications includes wind turbine generator, electrohydraulic systems, wind rotor system, precision positioning system, and magnetic leviation system. Further, this work can be extended to implement suitable filtering methods for improving stability using PID controlling actions, using AI techniques like enhance, fuzzy, and so on. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Question from our chair.
May I know the characteristic polynomial roots must be located in which side of complex plane in the case of non-integer one and integer one, integer LTI?
In case of integer, the poles lies on the left half of the plane, both are right half of the plane. If the poles lie on the left half of the plane only, the system is stable. But here in a fraction order systems, if the pole can lie on the right half, means a complete complex plane.
So it will lie in the left side as well as the right side, means may.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. Okay.
Yes, madam. Here you can see the stability region also. Hello?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
No, okay, madam.
Thank you. All right, let me call on. Thank you for that presentation. Let me call on again, Miss Sweta. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, great. All right, she will be presenting the paper about low power design efficient fixed width adder using a replica of fixed width repetition block.
Okay, ma'am.
Please share your screen. There you go. All right, please proceed.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. I'm Shweta. I'm telling about my project. My project name is Low Power Design Efficient Fixed Width Adder using a replica of fixed width reflection block.
Miss Sweta?
Ma'am.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Hey, you're on mute. Okay. Proceed, please.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Sweta, you're on mute. Oh, there. Miss Sweta?
Ma'am.
Yeah, you can start now. Sweta, are we having first?
It's showing not supporting, ma'am.
Oh, okay. So here's what we're going to do. I'll have my team to contact you, and they will be providing an email address where you can send your PowerPoint presentation, and we will be the one to play it for you. All right. Then you will have your voice to present about the paper, but leave the power presentation for us. So please check your chat box. All right.
Okay, ma'am.
All right. Yeah, please stop sharing your screen and I will call you after the next presenter, okay?
Okay.
All right, for now, let me go ahead and call on the paper about portable low-cost ventilator. Mr. Aniket Gage.
Ma'am,
Hi, yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead
ma'am,
and, oh,
I'm sorry, ma'am. My presentation is Google Chrome has hanged, so I cannot access it. Can I present the after the next presentation
of course,
till I
I'll
resolve the
give you
issue?
time. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll call you back after the next presenter. All
Okay,
right,
thank
the
you.
next presenter, please. High frequency square wave modulation for MMC based DC SST for interconnection of HVDC grids. Yes, I can hear you. Please share your screen. Please share your screen, Mr. Rao.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead and share your screen.
Share. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, we can now see it. Please proceed.
Hello? Ma'am,
Yes.
my voice is audible, ma'am.
Yes, you are audible and we can see your screen. Please have it on a presentation mode and you may proceed.
Okay. Good morning, ma'am. I am Srinivas Rao, research scholar of JJT University under the guidance of Dr. Anupama Deshmukh Pandey. Today, my paper is high frequency square wave modulation for MMMC based on DC to DC solid state transformer for interconnection of HVDC grids. Abstract. Voltage rating for HVDC point-to-point connection are not standardized and tend to depend on the latest variable cable technology. DC to DC conversion of at HV is required for interconnection of such a HVDC grids, which are the different high voltage levels as soon as to interface the DC wind frames, solar parks, and other renewable sources. In MMMC based DC to DC solid state transformer is an option to interconnect such a HVDC grids. MMMC based voltage converters offering a lower switching losses. High frequency dual active phase shift principle with square modulation is proposed in this paper. This solid state transformer can also operates as a DC circuit breaker to cut off the interconnection between two HVDC systems. The topology of MMC based DC to DC solid state transformer. This is dual active phase shift principle of solid state transformer. Y square wave modulation. The aim of the solid state transformer is a transformer of DC power. AC link is only a middle transformer link, so no required to strict sine waves. In dual active phase shift principle for the solid state transformer, this whole system can be equivalent to two half wave high frequency waves connected with an inductor. The magnitude and direction of power flow can be adjusted by controlling the magnitude and direction of phase shift angle between two high frequency waves. Each submodular generated 50% duty ratio square wave voltage, whose positive and negative voltages of VSC and 0. Respectively, VSC is a average DC voltage capacitor in HVA side. These are voltage waveforms. This is the positive and this is the negative. This is current waveform. As V voltage, current and power characterization. This high frequency square voltage can be derived in Fourier transformer. And high frequency current and power in square wave modulation can be derived. Maximum power can be derived when theta is equal to 90 degrees. Circulating power can be calculated. And RMS and voltage current values of square modulation. This is high frequency link voltage and current characterization. This is high frequency link transmission power and circulating power characterization. And this is switching characterization of solid state transformer for square modulation. The solid state transformer has the symmetrical topology. The turn off behavior is the same. When the power flow direction changes, we just need to exchange the turn off the behavior of HVA and HVB sides. There is no phase shift angle between the different submodulars in the same arm. All the output voltages of different submodulars are the same. All the submodulars have the same switching behavior for the MMMC in the VHA side, which generate powers in the switching characterization is shown in the figure. VHA is 0 and then the current positive, then the current is negative. This is switching wave of solid state transformer HV side and HV side in current. Is the current control characterization. For the solid state transformer, the key is the controlling of voltage balancing discrete capacitors of all submodulars. The current flows through the capacitor just a SL turn on. The square wave modulation, there are no phase shift angle between the different submodulars in the same arc. SAJ1 and SAJ2 have the same switching states, so the current of the DC capacitor during one switching period are the same. Next, the voltage of DC capacitor in the same arm can be balanced automatically in the theory. In practical, because of the derivation of component values and deriving pulses, and the voltage balance of SMS may not be achieved naturally. For the modulation to extend capacitor, voltage balancing control model is still needed. This is the simulation results. Can use it in VHA, high volt HVDC voltages, 400 volts. The number of submodulars M is equal to N is equal to 4. The rated voltage DC capacitor is 100 volts. The transformer ratio is 1:1. The leakage inductance transformer LT 40 μH. The arm inductance LS is equal to 30 μH. The switching frequency is 20 kHz. The square phase shift angle of the submodulars are 0. In HVDC, voltage and current waveforms in solid state transformer, it has seen been the HVDC buses can operate normally during square modulation. For square modulation, because of DC capacitor cannot filter in the ripple of the high frequency link current completely. There is a DC current ripple in the HVDC current at the same frequency of high frequency link current. Same. Output voltage waveforms are same in solid state transformer. The output voltage waveforms of SMS switch with different modulation of SST shows that there is no phase shift angle of the square modulation different submodulars in the same arm. High frequency link voltage and current waveforms in solid state transformer. It is confirmed that the square modulation VA and VB in high frequency VH AC waves with 20 Hz frequency, and there is a phase shift angle between VA and VB. Conclusion. This paper presents detailed theoretical analysis and simultaneous verification of high frequency link modulation for SST, especially the performance of square wave modulation is analyzed and simulated. For the results, the square wave modulation is having higher transmission power ability but has the higher circulating power. Due to the circulating power, square wave modulation has low power factor. The square wave modulation always has the best switching performance, especially all the turn on switching behavior of the solid state transformer with square wave modulation and soft switching, which can decreasing the power loss because of zero phase shift angle between different submodulars in square wave modulation. The voltage balance of DC capacitor is achieved easily and control is simple. This is future scope. The square wave modulation will be best scheme for the MMMC based on DC to DC converter to increasing power transfer capacity efficiency. The MMC based SST can also be scaled in 1100 kV transmission voltages and tens of gigawatts of power in near future with the ability of the semiconductor and efficiency control methods. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Any question from our chair?
Yeah. So, why you prefer square wave modulation rather than modulator? Am I audible?
Sorry.
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Why you prefer square wave modulation rather than this balanced modulator?
Maximum power transformer, ma'am.
How many active phase shift principles are there?
3, ma'am. Phase shift, ma'am. Square, triangle, sine.
Okay. What is the efficiency, sir?
95, ma'am. 95 efficiency, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Right, and let me call on the next presenter. The paper about efficient intelligent controller for heat exchanger system by Mr. Rajender Naik.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Yes, I can hear you. Please share your screen.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, please proceed.
Good morning, everyone. This is Rajender Naik, and I'm here to present my work on efficient intelligent controller for heat exchanger system. The presentation begins with coming to the outline of the presentation. The presentation begins with abstract, followed by introduction, block diagram, methodology with the relevant experimental data, the system without controller, system with PID also called conventional controller, and the system with fuzzy logic controller. Then to validate the results, we can have we had comparative analysis of all the specified controllers, followed by conclusions and references. So generally, heat exchanger system is mostly used in chemical processing industries, as it can withstand high ranges of temperature and as well pressure conditions. The major applications of a HE system is to transfer the fluids of hotter temperature to cooler temperatures. So that the temperature control of the fluid at the outlet wall of the system becomes the primary objective. This mechanism can be implemented through the conventional PID controller, and most of the research has been done using conventional controllers. But as it has some disadvantages, To overcome those disadvantages, we have come up with a soft computing technique called fuzzy logic controller that is being proposed in this work. And the main purpose of this controller design is to attain a uniform temperature at the output valve, which is the main and primary objective of this work of the system, by adjusting the liquid flow rate at the input valve for a specified range. And to further improve the performance characteristics of the system, conventional controllers like PIPID can be employed, and the intelligent controller called fuzzy logic controller is being employed in this work for the comparative analysis with the conventional controllers. So as we have discussed, heat exchanger system is generally used in chemical processing industries as it can sustain wide ranges of temperature and pressure conditions. And the actual purpose of a system is to transfer fluid from hotter temperatures to cooler temperatures, so that the temperature control of the fluid is our primary concern and objective. This mechanism can be implemented through the conventional PID controller, but as it has inherent disadvantages listed out by many researchers, and to overcome those disadvantages, here in this work, we have employed fuzzy logic controller. And the purpose of this controller is to achieve a uniform temperature at the output valve of the heat exchanger system by manipulating or tuning the input liquid flow rate for a specified range that is being specified and indicated by the designer. And to improve the performance of the heat exchanger system, the soft computing technique like, as I said, fuzzy logic has been chosen for the further analysis. This is the overall block diagram of a heat exchanger system consisting of output fluids, controllers. This is the main part, heart. This is the main heart of the system, with followed by sensors to maintain and to monitor the temperatures at various blocks or at various points. And coming to the experimental data, we have chosen these experimental data with a reference, in some reference belonging to a real-time system, existing system. As we have indicated, standard specifications picked up from references. And we have simulated these. We have simulated the system with the existing specifications. We have derived transfer functions with the existing parameters and arrived to a final characteristic equation of the system with the specifications of different controllers, validated through theoretical calculations. Coming to fuzzy logic controller, we have three basic stages called fuzzification, knowledge base, and defuzzification. And a fuzzy controllers that can include empirical rules that are called rule based, and that is especially useful in operator control plants. The main objective of fuzzy controller is to simulate a human expert who is able to control the process by translating the linguistic control variables into fuzzy set theory. A fuzzy controller can include empirical rules that are called as a rule base or a knowledge base, and that is especially useful in operator controlled plants. The block fuzzification converts each piece of input data that can be an incomplete data or confused data or insufficient data even to degrees of membership by lookup in one or several membership functions. And the resulting fuzzy set must be converted to a number that can be sent to the process as a control signal. And this performance, this operation is called as a defuzzification, where we arrive to a single conclusion or a crystal value or a real final value. There are several defuzzification methods, and in case the output is defined on standard universe, this must be scaled on engineering units. The fuzzy controllers were designed using experimental data that have been obtained from many simulation experiments from various choices of classical controllers called as PIPID controllers. And here we also studied the stability of the system in terms of time domain specifications. Now, this is the generalized Simulink model of the heat exchanger system without controller. We have just included the transfer functions that have been derived based on the exact specifications of the existing system, and we have modeled it, and finally we have we have obtained the performance of a controller like this. Now this is the block of the heat exchanger system with PID controller, and this is the obtained result, and this is the final heat exchanger system with the proposed fuzzy logic controller, where the fuzzy logic controller has two inputs. One is called the error in terms of temperature at the output walls, and the change in error. The other input is the change in error. This is the general block of a fuzzy inference system of the heat exchanger or the considered system, where as I said, we have considered two inputs. One is the change, one is the error, and the other is change in error. We have taken triangular membership functions for each and every defined input. And this is the final attained result using fuzzy logic controller. Now, on comparing with the results of the system without controller, with PID controller, and with fuzzy controller, we can conclude in terms of standard time domain specifications as for a system without controller, the settling time is being observed to be around 100 plus seconds. The peak time is around 33 seconds with an overshoot of around 15%. And with PID controller, we have seen bit improved performance in terms of settling time, peak time, and as well as overshoot. Whereas coming to fuzzy logic controller, we have further minimized the settling time, and as we have no oscillations, we don't get peak time and peak overshoot. So with these set of time domain specifications, we can conclude that fuzzy logic controller is giving much better performance, optimal performance when compared to the system with the conventional controllers. And generally in control systems, in any system can be studied, or the stability of any system can be better understood in terms of standard time domain specifications or frequency domain specifications. So coming to the conclusions, in this work, the performance analysis of different conventional and intelligent controllers have been observed for a typical heat exchanger system. And the objective of the proposed controller is to regulate the temperature of the outgoing fluid in a shortest time with minimum or no overshoot. And unit step response has been observed for various controllers, and it has been observed that fuzzy logic controller provides satisfactory performance when compared to the other controllers. And as we have shown in the tabular column in the previous slide, the fuzzy logic controller has shown 100% improvement in terms of overshoot and peak time, and as well as in settling. These are a set of references. Thank you.
Okay. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Any application we can find in real time?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. These systems can be used in liquid detergents, as you can see.
Okay.
In the manufacturing of liquid detergents.
Any industry applications? Okay.
Yes, sir. Boiler related applications. Actually, we have taken up these standard specifications of one example. I actually don't remember its name, but it is one type of a boiler that is being used in industry.
Is it already there, or it is a newly
existing system, sir? It is already existing.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So then, what is the advantage of your project over already existing system?
Yes, sir. Actually, for any system to exit, we need to understand its stability. Now, stability analysis is always a part of a system, whether it is to be put into practice, whether it is giving any disadvantages or drawbacks, or to improve its performance characteristics. So generally here what we have taken is we have taken standard specifications of a system. We have studied its behavior without using any controller. We have studied its operating characteristics with using conventional controller and as well as intelligent controller. And finally, we have observed that the performance of the existing system can be improved further using artificial intelligence technique like fuzzy logic controller.
Okay, right.
Yes,
Right.
yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, ma'am. No.
Okay, thank you so much for that presentation. Let me go ahead and call on the next presenter, the paper about the synthesis and low temperature ferroelectric studies of polycrystalline TBMNO 3 multiferroics by Mr. A. Sandeep.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning to all.
Hi, yeah. You can go ahead and share your screen, please.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is this visible?
Yeah, it is. Yes.
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. My name is Sandeep. I have done my graduation from Usman University, Hyderabad. And this project is done in my PG. We are recently working on it. So come to the abstract. Synthesis and low temperature ferroelectric studies of polycrystalline TBMNO3 multiferroids. So before going to the synthesis part, here we will discuss about introduction part. Multiferroids are the materials that exhibit any of two ferric properties simultaneously in the same material. These materials are very promising in developing multifunctional devices. In most type 1 multiferroids, the magnetoelectric couplings are usually weak. In type 2 multiferroids, the origin of ferroelectric polarizations is relevant to some particular magnetic profiles, leading to strong intrinsic magnetoelectric coupling. Here the introduction about multiferroids. Next, this is the solved. This is the method of we are synthesizing. We have used the method. Salt gel method. This is also called citrate gel method. We have taken the rare method. So R represents the rare R2O3 dissolved in concentric HNO3, and also manganese carbonate dissolved in concentric HNO3, and both are mixed together, and after some time add citric acid to the solution in the 1:1 ratio, and next adjust the pH value between 6.5 and 7 and evaporate to gel thick viscous mass, and after some time add ethylene glycol to 1:1.2 ratio, so we will get the thick viscous solution. So after some time evaporate slowly on the hot plate and bond in small amounts. So next we will get the cool lightweight solid. After the calcination and sintering, after the calculation sintering, we will get the RMNO3, that is TBMNO3 powder. So this solvent method sintered at 1350 degrees Celsius for 4 hours. Here are some characteristics about TBMNO3. The XRD data were analyzed using Ritwell refinement technique, assuming orthorhombic structure with PNMA space group. So here we are observed some values, parameters, lattice parameter. This is given in the table. So experimental techniques. The specific heat measurements were carried out in 0 and 5 Tesla magnetic fields by the semi-adiabatic heat pulse method. Finally, the measurements of dielectric permittivity was undertaken using NOVA control alpha A high frequency analyzer at 1 kHz frequency in the temperature range 4 to 300 Kelvin. Next, dielectric studies. So this diagram shows the dielectric studies of TBMNO3. So x-axis we have taken temperature in terms of kelvins, and y-axis have taken permittivity. So next figure shows the variation of dielectric behavior with temperature. In the temperature range 4 to 40 Kelvin, in case of TBMNO3 sample, the dielectric constant is found to increase the increasing temperature. So we are observing that if we are increasing the temperature, so the dielectric constant should be varying or increasing, and slowly up to 25 Kelvin and increase abruptly, thereafter exhibiting a peak at 28 Kelvin. Another further increasing of temperature, the dielectric constant increases. In fact, a similar behavior was reported earlier in TBMNO3 single crystalline sample. So these are the diagrams showing the specific heat in terms of specific heat and temperature in different regions. So, and this diagram indicates the different phases of the TBMNO3 sample with different colors along with the spin structures in the boxes. The black color arrows indicates the Mn3 plus spins, and the red color arrows indicates R3 plus spins. Next, coming to the conclusion. The specific heat versus temperature plots of the sample is found to exhibit transition in 3 different temperatures region, namely 40 Kelvin and 23 Kelvin and below 10 Kelvin, and are attributed to the sinusoidal ordering of Mn moments in incommensurate phase. The lack in transition, ferroelectric transition, that is nothing but ferroelectric transition, and the ordering of rare moments respectively. Dielectric constant shown in the transition at 23 Kelvin, indicating the ferroelectric transition. Here we have taken some references for this. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Any questions from our chairs?
Can I ask you a question, ma'am?
Go ahead, please.
May I know, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
Yes, sir.
What is the structure and space group of the sample?
Yeah, orthorhombic structure, sir.
Orthorhombic structure.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Orthorhombic structure, PNMA group, sir, space group.
Okay, because there are no HKL values, that's why I got doubt.
Okay, sir. Okay, this is the orthorhombic structure.
And where you measured these measurements, low temperature measurements?
Yes, sir. Low temperature measurements.
Where you measured?
Where you measured?
4 to 40 Kelvin, sir.
No, which place, which institute? You measured in Hyderabad or somewhere?
Yes, sir. I measured in Hyderabad.
Okay.
A DMRL lab.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for that presentation. You may now stop sharing your screen. Let me go ahead and call on the next presenter. The paper about synthesis and structural studies of EU-doped NiZN, nickel and zinc, nanoferrites, ferrites, by Ms. M.S. Abdul Aziz. Next, second call to the presenter paper about synthesis and structural studies of EU doped nickel zinc nanoferrits by Mr. M.S. Abdul Aziz. Okay. Next presenter, the paper about assessment and the effects of using formwork materials in construction sector by Mr. Bulanath Mukhopadhyay. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. All right. A second call to the paper about assessment on the effects of using formwork materials in construction sector by Mr. Bulanath Mukhopadhyay. Okay. Next presenter, the paper about synthesis and study of spin lattice coupling in DYMNO3 multiferrotes by Miss Srilata.
Excuse me, madam. She will join in a few minutes. She is in exam duty. I'm sorry for that.
Okay. Are you referring to Miss Srilata?
Madam, she will join after 30 minutes, madam. She is in exam duty.
Oh, okay. Yep. Thank you so much for informing us. So I'll be calling her. How about Miss Sweta? All right, so let's see if. All right, let me check. Hold on.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, ma'am.
Hi. Are you good?
Ma'am, it's not show. It's not supported, ma'am. Without
Yeah.
without PPT, I can explain, ma'am.
Our session chairs. She will be presenting without power presentation. Do you want her to proceed?
Okay, madam. Okay.
All right, go ahead, Miss Rita.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you. My project is low power design efficient fixed with adder using a reflection of fixed with reflection block. The subtract in the of efficiency multiplier a fixed with replica reduction through adoption my tolerance for noise and is denoted by algorithm noise tolerant architecture can meet the demand for high precision low power consumption and region efficiency partial product of the correct input vectors and vectors fixed in the place and put in place to reduce transaction error. Hardware failure holding circuit can be simplified computation. The multiplier and to 16 into 16 bits. The circuit area in RPR fixed with in may be less. RPR is denoted by reduced precision replica. This is introduction. The rapid growth of mobile and wireless system in recent years, the need for systems pushing ultra low energy to reduce power dissipation and measuring the voltage. It is low energy technology. Some A&T deformation, the design concept is A&T extended system level. However, the design of RPR and is intended and that is not early adopted and repeated RPR designs. This is proposed design. The width The width RPR fixed replace a total width of blocks RPR and design, which cannot only provide the highest account accuracy, low power consumption, and low area of the RPR, but also carried out with high SNR. Our wide design based on RPR fixed and multiplier. Method of compensation is truncation error, compensation between longitudinally multiplier and fixed with multiplier. This is used ant architecture. A fixed with RPR is used to ant architecture, and it went for a smaller circuit area and power consumption. The existing system RPR used in the ant architecture coming to proposed. In this used RPR method, in my proposed design used fixed with RPR with compensation technique in ant architecture. The compensation technique are used to detect error and correction the errors in hardware circuit. This is the using Zailing software, execute the program, then this my proposed RTL schematic and respect to simulated waveform. The conclusion it is to introduce the concept of tolerant in error VLSI design and hardware complexity reduced, low power consumption, and error detection and corruption high frequency value. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the given opportunity. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Shweta.
Hello?
Yeah, Shweta.
Hello? Ma'am.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
Okay,
ma'am.
can you differentiate fixed with adder tree with the full width adder tree?
Hello?
Yeah, am I audible, Shweta? Am I audible, Shweta?
Hello, ma'am.
Shweta, yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am.
Can you differentiate fixed with adder tree with full width adder tree?
Hello?
Yeah, Shweta.
Hello, ma'am.
Shweta,
Hello?
am I audible? Yeah, Shweta, am I audible?
Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
Once you can ask your question, sir.
No, madam. No. Okay. Actually, okay. Shweta, hello.
Hello?
Hello. Shweta, is it audible? Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Now tell me, what are the applications of your project?
Okay, it used hardware kit for error correction, sir. DSP hardware kit for error correction, sir.
Then,
Hello?
any industry application? Any industry applications? Hello.
Hello?
Any industry applications? Tell me.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Any industry applications can it is used in industries in real time industry.
Hello?
Yes, Sweeta? Sweeta?
Okay, madam. Okay.
Sweeta, are you still there?
Hello?
Actually,
Yes, can you hear us?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, the question was, do you have any industry applications? Right. I think she's still having technical issues there, sir.
Oh, okay, no problem.
All
No
right.
problem.
Thank you. All right. Then, yeah, by the way, I would welcome Mr. Malikarjun. Thank you so much for joining
Thank you.
us.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me go ahead and call on again the paper about the synthesis and structural studies of EU doped nickel zinc nanoferrites by Mr. M.S. Abdulaziz. Are you around? How about the paper about assessment on the effects of using formwork materials in construction sector? How about the paper about synthesis and study of spin lattice coupling in DYMNO3 multiferroics?
Good morning, ma'am.
Hi, good morning.
I am Damodar and I am presenting the DYMNO3 paper
The paper about? Go ahead, share your screen,
on
please.
behalf of Srilata.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, share your screen, please.
Okay. Can I share my screen, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Yes, it's now visible. Go ahead and proceed.
Hello, madam. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm K. Damodar and I'm completed my PG from Department of Physics, Usman University and doing a minor project in Master's Engineering College. I am presenting a paper on synthesis and study of spin lattice coupling in DYMNO3 multiferrics. The basic introduction is multiferrics are the materials that exhibit any of the two ferric properties simultaneously in the same materials. Ferric properties means ferroelectricity or ferromagnetism, antiferromagnetism or ferroelasticity. And these materials are very promising in developing multifunctional devices. Depending on the origin of ferroelectricity, that multiferrics are divided into two types, type 1 and type 2. And that in type 1 multiferrics, the magneto-electric couplings are usually weak, while in the case of type 2 multiferrics, they are having strong magneto-electric effect. The sample we chosen is DYMNO3 multiferrics, is a type 2 multiferrics. And as the DYMNO3 sample is multiferrics, we need to characterize it ferromagnetically and as well as ferroelectrically. This is a flow chart showing about the synthesis of DYMNO3 multiferric. In this process, first of all, the dysprosium oxide and that manganese carbonate were dissolved in nitric acid separately and then mix them together and keep the heating and by placing on a stirrer. And after some time by adding citric acid in the ratio 1:1, keep the pH value in between 6.5 and 7. On further processing, we get the ash colored lightweight solid. And by doing the calcination and sintering at temperatures 1000 degrees Celsius and 1350 degrees Celsius for 4 hours, we get a sample. And the next, the prepared sample were characterized by using the XRD X-ray diffraction. And the XRD data were analyzed by using the Ritwell refinement technique. From the XRD, it was found that the DYMNO3 multiferrics having orthorhombic structure with the PNMA space group. And after that, this is a graph showing the XRD. And after that, for the sample, we found the specific heat and dielectric permittivity. The specific heat measurements were carried out using semi-adiabatic heat pulse method in between 0 Tesla. And for the dielectric permittivity was undertaken using the NOVA control alpha high frequency analyzer at 1 kHz frequency. The temperature range 4 to 300 Kelvin. And this is a graph showing about dielectric studies. And in this graph, we can observe that one transition is occurred to 18 Kelvin temperature. This is a graph about electric studies, and this is the graph showing about specific heat studies. In this graph, we can observe three distinct anomalies at 38 Kelvin and 18 Kelvin and 7 Kelvin. These anomalies because of arrangement of manganese and dysprosium ions. And here we can explain the different phases of dVm3 sample that we chosen. In between the temperature 40 to 60 Kelvin, the dVm3 sample were in having different nature, but in the case of 20 to 40 degree, the temperature range, because of the arrangement of manganese ions, they having strong ferromagnetism. And while coming into the below temperature 20 Kelvin, because of the arrangement of the dysprosium ions, they having strong ferroelectricity. From this graph, we can explain that the dVm3 multiplier having the strong interaction between the ferroelectricity and as well as ferromagnetism. The conclusions for this paper is polycrystalline dVm3 has been prepared by the citrate gel method. The XRD results reveal the orthorhombic structure of the sample. The heat capacity measurements disclose the multiple transitions in the material at 40 Kelvin, 80 Kelvin, and 10 Kelvin. The dielectric constant shows a transition at 18 Kelvin, indicating a ferroelectric transition. And these are the references. And thanks to Dr. M. Avasti for providing the low temperature dielectric permittive facility, and Dr. R. Rawat and Dr. Ravinder, Department of Physics, Usman University, and Hanumantarao, Principal, MECS, Hyderabad, and Dr. T. Shekaram sir, Head of the SNH, MESS, Dr. N. Pawan Kumar, Assistant Professor of Physics, Mathurs Engineering College, Hyderabad. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Damodar.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Why sol gel method you used?
Actually, we are recently completed our MSc, and we know about solid state and sol gel method. In between these two methods, we chosen sol gel.
Okay.
Okay.
Why? What is the reason? What is the importance of sol gel? You know sol state also, no? Why you have done sol gel?
Yeah, actually, we know both about solid state and sol gel, but sol gel is having more properties like in our MSc we did the solid method for different methods, different materials. But by using the sol gel, we can get more properties, and still we have to study about it.
Can we get nano size with that?
Yeah, some solid gel.
Yes.
Yes, we can get it.
See, the transitions are at very low temperatures. What are the applications of these materials then?
Sorry, sir.
The transitions are at very low temperatures, it seems.
Actually, these are used in gas liquefaction process.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good job. And I saw Mr. Aziz. Yes, of course. Yeah, now I'll be calling the paper about synthesis and structural studies of EU doped nickel zinc nanoferrites by Mr. MS Abdul Aziz. Thank you. Right, I can see your screen, but I can't hear you. All right, perfect. Mr. Aziz? Yeah, I can't hear you. Please make sure that your headset is not on mute. Mr. Aziz, we cannot hear you. Yes, we can see your screen, but we cannot hear you. If you're using a headset or an earphone, please make sure that it's not on mute.
Your voice is not audible. It is not audible.
Sir, you're not audible. We cannot hear you.
Yeah, ma'am.
You may also use the laptops if it's working. The laptop's audio device. Is that your phone? Yes, we can now hear you. Please make sure that one of your devices is on mute because we are having a feedback. Maybe your phone. It's gone. You're gone. We cannot hear you again.
It's not audible. It's not audible, Mr. Abdul.
We will go for next one.
Okay, okay, madam. Hello. Okay, madam, we'll go for next one.
Right.
Next one. We'll go for next one.
Okay, one moment. Let me check. All right, I'm calling back the paper about assessment and effects of using formwork materials in construction sector by Mr. Bulanath Mukhopadhyay. Hi.
Hi, good morning. Good morning to
Hi,
all.
good morning. Can you please? Yeah, I can hear you. Please share your screen. Perfect. Please proceed.
Hello.
Yes, I can see your screen. I can see
Okay,
myself.
okay,
All right.
এটা কি ইয়ে করলাম F5 করলাম Okay, I am visible. Am I visible, madam? Hello.
Yes, yes. You are visible.
Okay. Hi, good morning to all. I Bholanath Mukhopadhyay, pursuing PhD from Brainware University, Kolkata, under the supervision Dr. Rajesh Ghosh. I will describe my conference paper in ICTASEMP 2021, that is the assessment on the effects of using formwork materials in construction sector. This is the first slide. This is the abstract part. This is the first slide abstract. What is the point in the abstract part? Number one, the formwork materials are very useful in the construction sector. Number two, to get the quality projects must be use the formwork materials in construction sector. Number three, effects of the formwork materials using the construction site. And the last point, what are the benefits for using formwork materials in construction sector? This is the abstract part. This is the second slide. This is the description part. There are so many advantages to use the formwork materials. That is the first point. The safety of the workers is paramount in the construction industry, and formwork provides proper access and working platforms that ensure the safety of the workers. Secondly, good formwork also greatly reduces the amount of the time. And the third, the quality of the surface finishing of the concrete structure is solely attributed to the quality of the formwork used during the construction. This is the third slide in the constitutional part. What are the points that number one, it can be conducted that formwork materials are used in the sector of construction in an effectful manner. Number two, formwork materials are useful in the process of the constructing building or other things in the market. Number three, The formwork materials are effective for the construction project and to augment in the efficiency of the work in a well manner. And the last point, it is needed to access the advantages of the formwork materials in the project of the construction work in the potential marketplace. This is some reference. The first reference from 2018, Advanced Planning Model of Formwork Layout for Productivity Improvement in a High-Rise Building. This is the published in Automation in Construction. And number 2, from the 2017, this is the paper named Building Information Modeling Enabled Cascading Formwork Management Tool. This is also published in Automation in Construction. Number 3, from 2017, decision making on the optimized choice of quantitative formwork textile for home field structure composite. And this is just some reference I have used in my article. And the last part is the thank you.
Thank you so much for that very brief presentation. Any questions from our chairs?
Hello, is it already existed?
Hello.
Is it already existed?
Yes, yes, sir. Sorry.
Already, is it existing?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Then what is your proposed?
This paper is the only the this is the formwork materials used in the construction sector. My topic is.
Achha, it is used only in construction purpose. Construction
Sector, sir.
Okay.
My topic is the sir. My topic is the finalized. The topic is a novel cloud-based approach to inventory and tracking management system in construction industries. This is this is the formwork used in the construction. That is the Myven technology.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation. All right. Thank you so much for presenters today. And now we will have a short speech from our keynote speaker. So we will hear. All right, let us hear from the education and business consultant, Dubai, CEO of the Sear Oceania Group, Dubai, advisor, Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Government of Nagaland, India, CEO, Professor, Kulkarni's Solutions Limited, India, Vice President, International Accreditation Organization, or IAO, Houston, Texas, USA, former Vice Chancellor of 3 universities in India. All right, our keynote speaker has many firsts to his name in the field of academics. He is the youngest Vice Chancellor of a university in India. He also happens to be the youngest director of a technical engineering institute approved by the government of India. He has completed his PhD coursework from the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi in Energy Studies. His bachelor's and master's is in the Faculty of Electronics. He has various experience in research and academic for over a decade and a half. He has set examples in teaching as well as research practices in India and abroad. He has been instrumental in conceptualizing, initializing, and establishing a number of academic institutes. He has been the director of the many institutions imparting formal training in engineering, energy, medical, dental, pharmacy, mass communication, biotechnology, and management faculties. He was awarded Commemorative Medal of Honor, Hallmark 2000 by the American Biographical Institute Incorporated in the US in 1999 for exceptional humanitarian and professional accomplishments. He has also been appointed to the Research Board of Advisors of this prestigious organization since 2000. He has been the president of Energy Forum at Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. He has worked as an invigilator and examiner for the Cambridge International College, UK, an active member of the IEEE Incorporated US and the IET UK. He has been championing the cause of technology and education for more than a decade.
Jojo ma'am, sorry.
Yeah.
There is a message in the chat box from one of the participants. Just once check it. Mr. Abdul Aziz has requested for another chance.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Since I saw Professor Kulkarni just got in, yeah, I'll have him now. Go ahead, please. Is he in?
Yeah. After this,
All right.
we can.
All right, we'll have that presentation first before I call our keynote speaker. Go ahead, Mr. Aziz. Can you please talk if we can hear you already? Mr. Aziz? Yeah, I can see your screen, but still I cannot hear you. Sir, you're on mute.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, now you are. Go ahead, please.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Right. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm MS Abdul Aziz. I'm a postgraduate in physics from Osmania University. So today I'm going to present the work that I have done as a project of work. So synthesis and structural analysis of europium doped nickel zinc nanoferrites. So this is the abstract we have done on nanoferrites, spinal ferrites. The ferrites are magnetic materials, ma'am, which exhibit very different properties, such as like microwave absorption, magnetic. So these are very differently used. Now we have used what we have done. We have doped europium in nickel zinc nanoferrites, and we have studied the structure. We have studied we have prepared you a sol gel method. We have done XRT characterization, and this was the description it is here. We have found it is polycrystalline, but two of the compounds 0.002 and 0.008 were extra compounds, ferric oxide compounds. We have calculated Ritwil. We have done Ritwil analysis with cubic structure with FDF and space group. It was proved that it is indeed those. Now, here's a diagram of weight with another two sublattices, one of octahedral and tetrahedral type, with oxygens at a core. The tetrahedral side is the green one in this picture, and the red ones are octahedral and tetrahedral side. Sites equally, and based on the occupation as occupied, these are divided into two types: spinal ferrites and inverse spinal ferrites. So why we have done this work? So nickel, why we have chosen nickel ferrites is because they're very distinctive properties. You know, like from the bulk counterparts, and these properties also depend on the structure, composition, and preparation techniques also. So we have nickel zinc ferrite exhibits high resistivity and saturation maintain. When doped with when doped with europium or any rare earth metal, the lattice parameter increases, and that's what is in literature. And we have also tried what happens when europium dope, and we have done that. So these are the applications, some of the applications of ferrites. So we have taken precursors, nickel nitrate, zinc nitrate, and ferric nitrate, and dissolved them in ionized water. And also you have taken europium oxide and it dissolved in nitric acid, and then completely mixed them and heated them. After that, we have added citric acid as an chelating agent in the ratio 1:1. And ethylene glycol also we have added for gelating agent after that. And prior to this, we have added ammonia as an pH regulator, and regulated the pH in between 6.5 to 7. After the gel was formed, we have heated it, and black color ash powder was formed. And when again calcification, the compound nickel zinc ferrite, europium ferrite was formed. This is how we have done the sol gel method. Some pictures. So XRD characterization, experimental methods. After the sample was prepared, we have done XRD characterization, and this is the graph of the same. In this graph, we have seen that all the peaks. So it is it's a crystalline nature. It's not amorphous. And two of the compounds, 0.002 and 0.008, show an extra peak of ferric oxide. This may be because we haven't mixed clearly. In during the mixture, the mixed compounds may arise. So what we have learned from this XRD graph, we have that it is crystalline in nature. It is on doing Ritwell analysis that you have shown proof that it is cubic nature and every 3M space group. And as I have already said, secondary space, there was secondary space of ferric oxide in that. So this is the table explaining the characteristics: lattice parameter, volume, average grain strain, and XRD, and microstrain also. So here we can see that there is an unusual variance of lattice parameter with the composition. Usually what happens when we dope europium oxide, which has a higher ionic radius than iron, lattice parameter increases with the doping, but here it is not. That's the case initially. What happens is here up to 0.06 composition, the lattice parameter varies inversely with microstrain. Again, after that, it follows the usual nature of increasing with the composition. So that we have to explain why I have done. So we have seen, as I said, the lattice strain on the strain on the lattice may have changed the paints ever slightly, and the XRD pattern of the shift peak, and maybe that's why, because there's a change in the lattice parameter of the compounds. And after that, on increasing the europium dopant further, after 0.06, the large ionic radius of europium comes into play, and then the lattice parameter increases with the composition. So here we have seen we have Ritwell analysis graph. This is a sample Ritwell analysis graph. So this is the Ritwell characteristics, chi-square on RP, RWP, goodness of fit. So it's all goodness of fit are in the range of 1 and 2, means it is really good fit, and it is indeed cubic answer. So yes, conclusion. So we have prepared nanoferrites by sol gel method. We have characterized by XRD single phasic and crystalline nature, all compounds except the 0.002 composition and 0.08 composition. So lattice parameter, volume, XR density, and microstrain were all calculated for these compounds, and the variance with composition was explained in this. And we have afterwards we're planning to do magnetization techniques on all these compounds. So these are the references and acknowledgements. I would like to acknowledgement Ravinder sir for department. So I want to acknowledge all these members for helping us carry out the experiments. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Any question from our chairs?
Okay, hello, Mr. Rajesh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What are the advantages of using these ferrets over using that gyrator, gyrator, etc.?
What ferrites, sir? Over?
Gallium, cadmium,
Garnets and.
that's it. Micro
Yes,
solid
sir.
state
Here,
devices.
yeah.
Actually, what
Yes,
are these
sir.
advantages using you have done? So our micro solid
Yes,
state
sir. You're
devices,
fine.
gyrators, etc.
Yes, sir. In this, the main advantage of using spinal ferrite side, we can vary the magnetic properties and dielectric properties with the cation distribution. So we can nickel and zinc. These properties are highly dependent on this, and except the so we can have some cobalt ferrite is a hard ferrite, and we can have a nickel ferrite which is soft ferrite in the same spinal ferrite category, which is not that the garnites.
So, what are the characteristics of your these ferrites?
What's that?
What are the characteristics?
What are the characteristics?
Of these ferrites?
Of our compounds.
Yes.
Okay,
of your
of
compound.
this ferrite.
Important
Yes,
characteristics.
yes, nickel zinc ferrite that we have done without europium. It's a high resistance. It has high resistance, and it's in low. It has low corrosivity. Mostly because of this, it's used in soft magnets in power transformers. So these are some of the characteristics. And
okay, right.
Thank you so much. We have one more presenter. Mr. Gage, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead and share your screen, please. You
Yes,
will
ma'am.
be, yeah, this is about the paper portable low-cost ventilator.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. Please proceed.
So, I'm Aniket. I will be presenting a paper on portable low-cost ventilator. So, abstract. When we think of ventilator, we generally think of medical ventilators, which are high-end ventilators, which are costly and which require technical specifications and experience to operate. So ventilators are irreplaceable life-saving equipments, and it is a closed-loop system that aids in artificial breathing by regulating the quantity and quality of air being delivered to the human body at any given point of time. So mechanical ventilators are required in 7 departments like medicine, pediatrics, surgery, and orthopedics, chest medicines, and TB, and ENT and gynecologies treatment. So this is a ventilator, how a ventilator works. In our ventilator is a non-invasive ventilator, which a patient does not require in emergency situations. Our ventilator uses a mask, which is through which air is blown, and it is supplied to the patient lungs. So problem statement. Um our problem motivation was the major impediment to their availability in small hospitals and clinics, especially in third world countries, and the cost and the need for specially trained staff to operate and maintain such complex devices was our motivation to develop this ventilator. So this is the average cost per patient, which in a study it was found that the medical ventilators which were high end or high cost adds to the 5x cost to the COVID-19 care that is we are presently facing as of a pandemic. So description: it is a non-invasive ventilator having user interface for settings like BPM, EPAP, IPAP, BiPAP, and CPAP. These are all settings which which is situated at the front panel, and through which we can modify the settings of the ventilator according to the patient's needs. It runs on a 15-volt DC power supply and has an emergency alarm unit, so that in emergency situations, if the patient doesn't breathe, it can directly call the doctor. So this is the block diagram. We have used our microcontroller Arduino Nano, and motor driver is BLDC motor and pressure blower. We have sensors like pressure sensors and flow sensors, which gives feedback to the microcontroller from the patient end, through the patient's end, to the microcontroller. And we have LCD screen, so that all the settings which we have fed to the machine are displayed on. So these are the controllers, all the controllers, and this is the alarm unit. Our method of ventilation is a turbine mechanical ventilation, where high pressure, high speed BLDC motor is used to pump the air to the patient. We are currently using an endotracheostomy tube for the air passage, and it uses a fan mechanism through a pipe. The flow is perpendicular to the inlet flow. So while we were doing experiments, we found that the delta P here is the difference of pressure between inspiration and expiration. As it detects the delta P, it switches on the BLDC motor to get the inspiration, and we have corresponding volume graph for the pressure and triggering response of the machine. So these are the results. While we were performing in the hospital, which was affiliated to our college, the above graph is the nasal pressure in cm/H2 versus time, and the below graph is flow in arbitrary units versus time. So in the above graph, you can see that just after the 5-second point on time axis, we can see an inspiration is triggered as soon as the difference in pressure is noticed by the ventilator. So this graph corresponds to this 12 BPM, 12 breaths per minute, and 10 centimeter of H2O. In conclusion, we believe that our two proof concept approaches to re-engineer and upscale simple low-cost manual back-to-back systems to a low-cost ventilator were successful and provide what promises after further development be of benefit to the patients in need of mechanical ventilation in the absence of other options. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from our chair?
May I know what about the battery backup for these ventilators?
We generally don't have battery backup. It is on the electricity. We are using 15-volt DC power supply through electricity.
Okay, so you are not using any battery. So,
Yes, ma'am.
So what are the onboard communication protocols you are using to interface all these devices?
We are using ASCII code. We are generally using Arduino Nano, the ASCII code, and UTF-8.
I'm asking interfacing communication protocols.
Communication protocols, ma'am, I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, have you designed this?
Yes, sir. We have designed it, and it is. We have also presented the paper to IFERP, and it is under peer review.
Okay. So what are the main advantages of your ventilator over previous ventilators?
So we have already sourced open source ventilators which were lagging. That is, the sensitivity was very low. So we have worked upon the sensitivity. We have sensitivity as low as 456 microseconds, and the rapid as we are using a pressure blower, it gives a rapid flow of the air. In emergency times, it is 4 seconds up to 5 seconds.
So what is the cost of this ventilator? Is it portable?
It is, yes, it is portable. We just have a charger of 15-volt DC, and we are just ready to plug in and switch on.
What is cost?
The cost is 6,000 rupees approximately. When we, if we manufacture in upscale and upscale, it will come down to 2,500.
Okay, well. Okay, well.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, is my presentation over?
Yep. Thank you so much. Please go ahead and stop sharing your screen.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good job. All right. And now I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speaker, who is a consultant in education and business, CEO, the Sear Oceania Group, Dubai, Advisor, Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Government of Nagaland, India, CEO, Professor Kulkarni's Solutions Limited, India, Vice President, International Accreditation Organization, or IEO, Houston, Texas, US, former Vice Chancellor of 3 universities in India, to deliver his keynote address. Good day, sir.
Good day to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Very good day to everyone. Jai Hind to everyone from Dubai. I'm currently in Dubai. Thank you for inviting me for this enriching conference. I could catch only the last two presentations, which actually, show the quality of at least the efforts that have gone in. Respected Chairman, Holy Mary Group of Institutes, Dr. Reddy Saab, the young chairman, I saw Mr. Siddharth Reddy, a young chairman. Good to see youngsters leading the country, and it's good to see youngsters doing fantastic all across the globe. The director, Dr. Bhaskar Reddy Sahab, your partners in this conference, especially Preeti, who was instrumental in inviting me around, and the MC over here, the master of ceremony over here. She's doing things fantastically. I didn't catch your name, but then God bless you. Good to be connected with all of you. I am going to speak to you about certain interesting things, certain interesting topics, for the simple reason that I have been fortunate enough to be talking to certain interesting characters about some projects and some research that is going around across the globe. I am currently evaluating a few startup programs, startup projects in science and technology, including certain IT products with the European Union, especially in the countries like Germany, Finland, and Estonia. I'm going to talk about that a little, and I'll tell you where it is coming from. I always believe that there is no yesterday. So when lots of things were being told about me, a former vice chancellor and a former blah blah blah, that the former doesn't count really. What is gone is gone. What is today is what counts, and what will come tomorrow due to what we do today is what will matter. And these youngsters who are a part of this conference really need to understand, really need to get into the groove of what needs to be done. Believe you me, I understand a bit about how things are going on, since I come from the family of the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, IIT Delhi. I'm an alumnus of IIT Delhi, and lots of things that would separate, boys from men, as they say. An institution which is good, from an institution which is very good, from an institution which is very, very good, from an institution that is exceptionally good, are subtle changes, subtle things that can happen, within the ambit of an institution such as yours. And believe you me, it would be very difficult to, for example, come up with changes in NIT Warangal, for example. But these changes are very much possible in a short span of time when your dynamic chairman decides to take on the world with his own ideals and with his own thought processes. This is precisely what I'm going to talk to you about over here today. Before I begin, I wish to tell you, of course, the honorable conference chairs who are there, they would be well versed, and all my colleagues. Of course, I'm a teacher first. I strive to be a teacher first. Being a vice chancellor, and that too for 3 times, was simply incidental or accidental, if you really ask me. But more than anything else, I am a teacher, and that is neither incidental nor accidental. That was not by default, that was by design. I left my software engineer's job in Boston in '99 and decided to become a teacher for certain ideals of mine, which are still going strong. So specifically, I would really wish to tell you something that is going to help all of you in the times to come. Industry 5.0. I mean, we keep on talking about Industry 4.0, but the kind of research that is coming up and the people who are coming up with this kind of research, I just heard about the portable ventilator that is coming in. An idea about which the conference chair can actually talk about in details. But we need to understand that we have to be prepared for the next year and the year after that and the year after that, for the next decade, for the next 10 years. And this is where the Industry 5.0 is coming in. Unfortunately, most part of Asia, that includes India, is still struggling to get in terms with Industry 4.0. And this is where strongly I believe that we need to update ourselves, upgrade ourselves to what the industry is looking forward to in the next year, for the next 10 years. This is where our children, our students, our dear students, our professors, that includes, of course, the assistant professors and the associate professors and the professors, our deans, our directors, our vice chancellors, our shareholders in education, our stakeholders in education. I'm going to talk about the stakeholders and shareholders here a little later. We all need to develop ourselves for Industry 5.0. And the subtle difference that is there are 3 keywords. And these 3 keywords are absolutely necessary for all of us to understand and apprehend, for the simple reason that this is the goal for the future. This is our guide for the future. What are these 3 keywords? Our industry has to be resilient. Our industry has to be sustainable. And our industry has to be human-centric. This is Industry 5.0. So every single discussion that we are planning to do now, every single research that we plan to do now, every single thrust area that we have now has to commensurate with the goals of the world with regards to Industry 5.0. And I'll tell you why it is important. Yesterday, July 15th, the day when this wonderful conference started, more than 60 people have lost their lives in Germany due to freak floods. Now, those staying in India would not really understand that point. Floods, what's different? I mean, 60 people only, those people die in one city in India every day due to one reason or the other. But in Western world, life is critical. Life is crucial. So one single life is critical. When I say freak floods, it means that for humans' years, till the memory serves us, the Rhine, the great Rhine River, has never overflown like this. 60 have died yesterday. scores are missing. Okay. What is the first thing in environment that that comes to our mind when we think about Moscow? Winter. You will be shocked. The temperatures, the day temperatures of Moscow have climbed to 35 degrees centigrade. 35 in Moscow. Now that doesn't sound too different from Hyderabad, does it? Finland, the land of Santa Claus, the land where there is no sun for 6 months. One of the coldest places on earth. Area around the capital Helsinki and Vantaa, and one of the top 500 universities, again, University of Oulu, for example, temperatures are soaring up to 35, 36. Tallinn, Estonia, a very cold country. Temperatures have crossed 40 at some places. Place called Narva, which is on Russian border, Russia-Estonia border. We are in trouble. We are in deep trouble. Where does this trouble come from? This trouble predominantly comes from an overemphasis of Industry 3.0 and Industry 4.0. We were working hard for an economy that works for the economy. So what does Industry 5.0 say? The Industry 5.0 says human-centric. An economy that works for the people, human-centric. An industry setup, an economy that specifically focuses on shareholders' equity, but the main focus is on stakeholders' well-being. So the focus shifts from shareholder to stakeholder. What does that mean? It means that in an engineering college, for example, if the focus initially is for sustainability of the education system, sustainability of the college, sustainability of an industry, sustainability of a shareholder, the shareholder puts money. Unless the production is good, unless I'm talking about an industry, for example, unless the production is good, unless the profits are generated, the shareholders will not be able to survive. If the shareholder doesn't survive, the industry falls, and that is the end of the discussion. Industry 5.0 says no. The focus shifts from the shareholder to the stakeholder. And who are the stakeholders? The stakeholders are the laborers who are working there, the security guard who stands and salutes everybody who walks in, sometimes who walks out as well, the plant supervisors, the floor managers, the CEOs, the general managers, the deputy general managers, and yes, to some extent, the owners. Now, when I talk about the research happening in the coming decade, happening for the coming decade, if our country has to become a Vishwaguru as per the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, we need to keep ourselves in tune, in sync with what is happening across the globe, what is happening in the G7 countries, the G8 countries, not even the G20, the G7 and the G8. One of the conference chairs, I guess, asked a question about communication protocols, in the last presentation. It's wonderful. The communication protocols is what really needs to be understood at this moment for every single research of ours. This is critical. This is crucial. And recently, a couple of months back, I was speaking at the IIT Guwahati, and again, a virtual conference, of course. And I was telling them, let's not have research for the sake of it. Let's not have research for increasing those number of pages of publications in your resume. One single research that works for human beings, one single research that works for the people, for your own society, is worth 1,000,000 pages on your CV. As somebody who sits on various boards, for example, for evaluating people, whether or not I'm qualified to evaluate people is a separate issue altogether. Because I am somebody who believes that, unfortunately, Shakespeare wrote the comedy of errors. I believe the job seekers today, usually, and I'm saying usually, I'm not saying 100%, exceptions always prove the rule. Usually the job seekers encounter, while seeking a job, they encounter the tragedy of terrors. To get out of that, you need to be one step ahead of the competition. That is where the human-centric approach is prevalent. I am a member of the European Commission's Information Technology Action Group, and we all have come up with a subsidiary white paper on the IT framework for the next 10 years. And the first thing that we have said in that is every single digital worker, I am included, I am a computer engineer, every single digital worker will have to unlearn and relearn his or her own IT skills to sync himself or herself with the requirements of a human-centric approach, which effectively means that artificial intelligence will be there. It will definitely be there. But the approach will be human-centric. So Tesla might think about coming up with a car which doesn't have a driver, but we will not allow it to work. It will need to have a driver. We need the technology to lessen our burden. We do not need the technology to lessen human population. Very clear understanding. When a portable ventilator is being built, it is being built to enhance the life of a human being, the quality of the life of a human being. That is what is going to be the human-centric approach. Sustainability, the second keyword. I gave you the example of the temperature soaring high in Russia and in Estonia and in Finland. In fact, one of my friends from Scotland called me up today morning, and that was, when I say morning, it's very early morning for them. And he said, welcome to the 21st century. For the first time in my life, and he's about 65 odd, I think almost 70. He said, for the first time in my life, we don't have water in the taps. Sustainability. Our research, your research has to come back to sustainability. So when I talk of emerging areas as far as our science, technology, and even non-science issues, social sciences, administration, public administration for that matter, sustainability, this is what is going to count. I need to use a resource, and then I have to reuse the resource, and then I have to reuse the resource and ensure that my next generations get that resource and reuse again. A few days back, they have come up with a bike in Germany that doesn't need any fuel. You can just pedal it, and the speed that it can take is 90 kilometers per hour. Sustainability. The entire world is fighting specifically for two reasons. A, power, who is the best. B, money. that makes you stay at the top. So if a country like Israel, which is probably one of the best in the world as far as the technological and the engineering research goes, is able to stay at the top because it has created a sustainable ecosystem of meaningful research, research that takes care of its people and creates enough money, enough economy to keep it self-sustainable. I don't know how many of you know this. I mean, I'm talking about the students, the faculty members would definitely know. Israel has the highest rate of vaccination against COVID in the world. Highest. Whatever they do the best. There's absolutely no iota of doubt in that. Sustainability is what our people, your people, our students, your students need to understand, need to come up with. So with a few topics that I was going through that are part of this conference, and then it will be published. I would earnestly request those who are sincerely interested in pursuing a career, a meaningful career in research later, your college, your institute, the organizers, people like me, we are more than willing to support you for a meaningful research across the globe. European Union is looking for meaningful researchers. United States, Canada, New Zealand, Japan, Korea, Singapore, all the countries are open for meaningful research. And again, I'm going to say this, sustainable research, a research that helps us sustain. I always keep on saying this, philosophy of life is very close to physics. Those who are physicists over here, they will completely agree with me. One of the greatest scientists of his time, Walter Heisenberg, our great Heisenberg uncertainty principle. I always tell people what he said actually makes a lot of sense to us now. Unfortunately, we have not tried to understand what he says. When we study the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, it is all about solving an equation, particle in a box. What is uncertainty? The uncertainty is at one given point of time, either we know the time or we know the exact position. Cannot know both. So within a boundary, at a given point in time, where is a particle is something that we cannot tell. That is Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Excellent, lovely to hear. Now compare this with what Bhagavad Gita says, something which all of us have heard, all of us know. So the God puts us and our soul in a room full of windows and doors, the doors and windows of opportunity. At a given point in time, one never knows and one can never predict what that soul can achieve. It's a room like the one in which I'm sitting right now, or the seminar hall, or wherever you guys are sitting. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, the particle in the box, in this case, the particle is our soul. The box is the room full of opportunities, full of doors and windows. Which one we open, which one we choose to open is entirely in our hands. That is where our destiny comes in. So when people say, I believe in destiny, I tell them to study Heisenberg's uncertainty principle in depth. Yes, if you say that hundreds of opportunist windows and doors in this room is destiny, then yes, it is destiny. I don't call it destiny, because every single door, every single window from this room, well, my window is not really good because it goes into the marina and I'm 38 floors above the ground. So, going out of this window is not going to be my destiny. Not today, at least. This is what has to be read, understood from the science, from technology. I can give you n number of such examples from the great Goddard, from Albert Einstein. The questions that Sir Isaac Newton has left behind. I don't know why I should call him Sir Isaac Newton. Anyway, that is a separate issue. We'll talk about it some other time. Every single scientist, every single researcher, not just in science and technology, but in every emerging field, whether it was, say, Leonardo da Vinci, everybody realized at that time that unless their work is sustainable, their work will never survive the test of time. This is what every single researcher who is listening to me today, every single colleague of mine who is so gracefully trying to make head or tails of my discussion. Very difficult, trust me. My wife keeps on saying doesn't make sense. But, well, that's what all the wives say, I guess, in the world. So, sustainability is what is the keyword over here. And I would earnestly request all of you to focus on this sustainability. It is what is going to count in the world. Resilience. Now, resilience is a third keyword. What do we understand by resilience? Resilience is something that would not sway with tornadoes and hurricanes and winds of difficulties. What is the most resilient thing in the world? Just think about it. The most resilient thing in the world is not the statue that we see in Hussain Sagar. It is not the Statue of Liberty that we see in Gujarat. It is not the Statue of Liberty in the United States. The most resilient thing in the world, in my opinion, is our character. It is our character that keeps us strong, that keeps us resilient. Some days are good, some days are very good, some days are very, very good, and some days are exceptional days. For example, I am having an exceptional day today since I'm able to speak to such wonderful souls as you all. But in any case, I have never had a day in my life which is not at least a good day. So it is at least a good day, if not a very good day. This is where the resilience comes in. Character, when we talk about a character, when we talk about a resilient system, this is one of the most crucial things on agenda in the top 10 happiest countries in the world. What are the top 10 happiest countries in the world? Do we know? Finland, Iceland, Denmark, Norway, New Zealand, Austria, the Netherlands. Please understand, UK and US are not in the list of top 10 happiest countries in the world. India ranks at 139. And for those of you who are interested, Pakistan is at number 105, 105. Surprising. I am surprised, yes. But in any case, now what makes the happiest countries the happiest in the world? I mean, these countries, if you really look at it, the best countries to live in the world, these countries keep on interchanging. I don't know, did I name New Zealand in that top 10 list? It is of course there. They keep on interchanging their positions. So 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 5, and they keep on interchanging. Sometimes I also missed Sweden. I'm so sorry. So it almost seems that if somebody is conversant of geography, you would feel that almost 7 of the top 10 countries are in one single area, the Nordic area. If you really look at the geography, so from one side you have you have Iceland, then you have Sweden, then next to Sweden is you have Iceland, you have Norway, then you have Sweden, then you have Finland, then come down you have Denmark, then next to Denmark you have Netherlands, you have Austria. Everybody is in the same line. There must be something different, right? What is different there? What is different there is the key word over here. Resilience. So resilience is the key word over here. Human life is considered to be the most precious thing in these countries. I'll tell you a very small story, and very small story. I hope I still have about 10 minutes left. I'm not sure. The moment any one of you, decides that I have spoken enough, you can always, start clapping. We used to do that when we used to get bored in our lectures. You would start clapping and the guy would know, okay, it's enough for the day. Okay. Almost 2 years back, I was traveling from Helsinki to Vantaa in Finland. I was driving a car and I had one of the very senior professors of artificial intelligence, actually artificial neural networks with me, right next to me sitting. He's a professor in the University of Helsinki. And I was driving down and there was a car. There was a truck. They call it a truck. I mean, everything from a Ford Endeavour to a Fortuner is called a truck in Western world. So it was a BMW. It was one of the BMW trucks. It was going in front of me, almost 100 meters in front of me. The traffic is very little. In these countries, there's no problem of traffic as such. Now, what happened was there was all snow on the road. I'm talking about January. This was precisely January 13th. And the car in front of me skidded off the road, and there was a lake, there was a frozen lake next to the road. So the car skidded, went into the lake, and the surface of the lake started breaking. Now, immediately, my friend, Professor Saab, his name is Gregory. Professor Gregory called up the emergency number. Now, please understand the sequence. We are driving at about 80 miles an hour. The car in front of us skids, gets into the lake. It starts sinking. We stopped, looked at what we could do immediately to help. Couldn't figure out anything since the lake was very fragile. And the professor called up the emergency number. Not more than 200 seconds would have passed after the incident. And when he spoke, the emergency operator at the other side said, "We are aware and help is on the way." Since, like you all, I am a researcher, so I kept my eye on the watch. And in precisely 430 seconds, give or take 10 seconds, 430 seconds from the start of the incident, when the car started sinking in the lake, within 430 seconds, a chopper came, dropped a magnet on the car or the truck, lifted the truck, and took the truck and the occupants straight away to the nearest hospital. I was told that within 10 minutes of this incident, the occupants, 4 of them were there. There was one lady and there were 3 gentlemen. They were safely in the hospital, recuperated and happy. I was stunned. I was going for a lecture. I was going to deliver a lecture, just like I'm doing here now. And I asked my friend, Professor Gregory, what it is all about. And he said, for us, human value is critical. Human value is crucial. We don't let people die. resilience of the national character. That is why Finland has been the happiest country to live in the world for the last 10 years. Always at number one, never moved from that spot. I am going to leave you all with these thoughts today. Being resilient, being sustainable, being human centric. And I sincerely hope that we all would join hands to make this world a better place to live, a better Telangana to live, a better India to live, a better globe to live. My contact coordinates will always be there with the conference organizers. You all are more than welcome to connect with me. And I, as a student, as a colleague of yours, would learn from you a lot of things and would try to train you on certain things if you feel so. Thank you once again, Honorable Chairman of
Upload your entire history on Facebook.
Thank you so much, everybody. Good day. Jai Hind. Vande Mataram.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Shailendra Kulkarni, for delivering the keynote speech. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. And everyone, so we will have our lunch break for 30 minutes. So go ahead and grab a bite, and we'll come back exactly 30 minutes. See ya.
Institute of Technology and Science, which is affiliated to JNTH and is also an autonomous college. Now, I'm here to let you know about my entire college life. I have been spent in Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, Leadership College. Colleges.
లంచ్ చేసినావు కదా అయిపోయిందా లంచ్ అయిపోయిందా అది
Hi, Jojo, ma'am.
Hi, yes.
Manojit this side. Ma'am, sorry, I was facing some connecting issue. Shall I start sharing my screen?
Oh, what's your paper?
My paper, I just got a call from ma'am asking my turn has come. So this is a study on impact on e-commerce in Indian economy. Monojit?
Oh, hold.
Sure, ma'am.
Just a few minutes. One more.
Sure, ma'am.
Let's have your colleagues to come in so that they can listen, of course, and our chair. I will just welcome the chairs. Then, yeah, you'll have the floor.
Absolutely.
Just give me a few
Thank
more
you.
minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And everyone, please encourage your colleagues to come in. We will start. Did everyone get a great big bite there? I ate. Did you eat, guys? Hi, Miss Jyoti. Later, guys, before we end, I will also be requesting again to get a remembrance of our faces. So I'll be requesting you guys to turn on your cameras later. All right, so let's start. Welcome again to our day two technical session. Now, this is the technical session 3. So there are no breakout rooms anymore, and this department is about the management and pharmaceutics. Let us welcome our session chairs, Dr. Raja Prakash Rao, and Mrs. L. Giothi. Hi, Mom Giothi. Hi. Hi there. All right. Let's start. So, welcome to our first presenter for technical session 3. It's the paper about the study the impact of e-commerce on Indian economy by Mr. Munajit Kumar. Mr. Kumar?
Thank you, ma'am. I'm just sharing my PPT.
Please. All right. I can see your screen and I can hear you. Please proceed.
All right. Just give me one quick second. I'll turn it into PPT mode. All right. Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for the opportunity. I am Mr. Manojit Kumar. I am the research scholar from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam University. I'm doing my PhD in management, and my subject is customer loyalty and e-commerce, hence this paper. So the objective of this paper today is what we are trying to understand how exactly e-commerce is booming in India, and how exactly what are the opportunities that we have in the forthcoming years. How exponentially the entire the India economy will get impacted. What pandemic has caused for the entire e-commerce boom in India, and so on and so forth. So professionally, I work for Hindustan Unilever in the digital e-commerce section. So all the studies that I have done is primarily based on my journals, newspapers that we read through and throughout, and also some proprietary information and classified information that we work with our partners like the Tesco's, like the Big Bazaars, and all those companies who are also trying to migrate to an e-commerce platform from their retail shop. So couple of information which I'll share will be based on the information which is confidential. I will just brief you through that. I will not deep dive into the maths behind it, but holistically whatever information is available in the public domain, I will talk you through this. So this is the overall abstract. This covers the significance of e-commerce in India, the size that we realize in coming in the exponential growth that we have seen from last 10 years to next 10-15 years, and how exactly this works. So basically, to understand e-commerce, I'm sure many of us are aware, but just I have tried to brief it about the description of e-commerce. This is anything which is electronically done as a business is e-commerce. There are 5 flavors of e-commerce: B2B, B2C, C2C, C2B, and B2G. Business to business, business to consumer, consumer to consumer, consumer to business, and business to government. So all these flavors as an individual, we are more we use in our day-to-day life, which is business to customer, like our Amazons, like our Flipkart, Snapdeal and all. But beyond that, there is also a huge market of B2B, like Amazon supplying to Hilton Hotel as a business to business, or in our Google marketplace, in our Facebook marketplace, consumers selling their products in OLX quicker. That is also a market which we do not see that much in our day-to-day life, but I am sure most of us would have sold or at least bought one item from the C2C platform as well. Another is C2B, which is a moving market in India. So right now, many third-party players are either coming to a platform like Snapdeal, Amazon, Flipkart, and selling their product. And also they have their own Weibo and all these applications that are coming, from where they are getting a market to sell it to the business. Like if I want to purchase an item for a handicraft, I can buy it handicraft from a business consumer, but at a very higher price. But if I find some local vendors through it, I had to go earlier to find that local vendor in markets and all. But there are many platforms right now which provide that. And as a company like Unilever, Tesco, I can buy that. And business to government, we are already aware that government is now launching e-tenders and all those aspects to sell the products. So these are the different flavors of e-commerce. On the research methodology, as I said, that the entire population to penetration of the market that we have seen, China is the largest population, after that India. But if you see in the table below, it shows that till 2019, last year's data, which we have from the Unilevers and Amazons of the country, we have hardly penetrated 35% roughly of the entire market. If we consider 2021 and 2020, maybe a 5 or 8% hike into that, we can say 45% max is what we have penetrated. And the entire 65% entire 60% market is still untapped, unaltered, and is open for this kind of a opportunity within India. And all these things are dependent on participation of niche companies trading online, as I said. So the moment when these companies will come through some aggregator like Amazon, or will come online, that is when it will promote more. If the FDI's foreign investment rules will get better penetration or better policy from government, then it will get even more opportunity. If we further flex our GST rules and things like that, then we will get opportunities on that. So this is holistically the market penetration, the research which we are trying to do, and the policies that we envisage Indian ecosystem to take, so that we can do the entire booming of e-commerce in the Indian economy. If I go to the next slide, I will say that the findings that we have, if you see that the graph clearly shows that hardly in 2014, which is around 7 years ago, the entire penetration to the Indian market of the e-commerce was only 14 billion. And in 2021, we have 84 billion of penetration. And these data is available in Google and anywhere we can search it. And hence, these are not any confidential propriety. And as per different companies like KPMG, ENY, and market research organizations that we work, in our brand promotion from Unilever, from Tesco, Amazon and all, we anticipate that by 2025 we will see 188 billion of growth. And thanks to, by like every bane has a boon, so this pandemic has helped e-commerce to boom like anything. And we know that now the cash transaction and all those things being totally eradicated. Most of us in the urban area at least have Paytm, Google Pay. This is also helping the entire economy to boom digitally. So this all things will project from 84 million in 2021 to 200 million is the finding that we have done. And it is across all the platforms, which is B2B, B2C, B2G, and all those areas collectively, not only the business to consumer. So as a conclusion, what we say is that the investigation paper, we came to know that there is a vital web-based business industry right now on the planet, out of which India, being the second most population country in the world, has only 34% to 35% of market penetration, has huge opportunity to grow. And hence, if we include the measures like more foreign investment policies, GST relaxations, and all those things, small players can further come into the picture, and India can really become a very large economy in terms of e-commerce contribution. And we will see that if the and I am sure that the government is working on it, on the policies that they have visited. There are times when FDI was very stringent, they have relaxed it, but there's an opportunity that we can further do that, and it will also create a lot of jobs for the market, because now we have seen Zomato, Swiggy have helped, how they have helped us in the e-commerce or in the consumer food section during the COVID times to feed the people who could not go to restaurants and all. So it has generated a huge amount of jobs, and this is what I conclude in my allocated 5 minutes, that this research says that we have way more to go, around 65% more market to tap in e-commerce in India. And if things go in favor of this entire industry, it will really boom fast and create more jobs. Open for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Question from our chair.
Okay. What are the initiatives taken by the government of India to promote the growth of e-commerce in India, right?
Yeah. So Rajesh sir, basically, as I was mentioning, that government has done many measures. Like if you see 10 years ago, when FDI was brought into picture, there were a lot of pushback from the government on the foreign direct investment. Now there is an FDI in defense also. There is an FDI in every sector. That is one that they have done. Government has also made the RBI guidelines for e-commerce and e-transaction on financial sector also very relaxed. There were days when we had to do an online transaction for an e-commerce purchase. We have to either have a credit card, but now we can pay through Google Pay, cash on delivery, so on and so forth. Government has also implemented in the GST rule. Earlier, if you have to have an e-commerce platform, you need to pay different type of taxes, service tax, VAT. You have to pay service tax returns every 3 months. Now you have a GST number, one-stop solution. You can register yourself as a trader in Amazon and all those things, and you can start selling your products. The fourth point which government has enabled is they have also made enabled platforms like OLX, your Quicker, your Facebook Marketplace as an consumer to consumer platform without much of an hassle. You can post your stuffs and you can sell it, you can get the money, and there is and that has all these favorable conditions, which including the digital payment method, the FDI, the streamlining of UPI mechanisms has government has taken. But I still believe that going forward, if we want to reach to that stage of 200 billion by next 5 years, there are still opportunities for more availability of internet to the rural areas, because that is one critical stuff. The coverage mechanism has to be corrected, and government has to facilitate and streamline that with the big giants like Amazon, Flipkart, Snapdeal, companies that they hire the rural segment of the people to as delivery boys and all, to make it available, so that every nook and corner, every pin code of India can be covered and reachable for that untapped market which is there. From there can be reached. The cash on delivery platform should be encouraged more. The return policies in the e-commerce platform is one of the challenges that has to be little tightly coupled, so that we do not get a lot of fake, I will say unnecessary returns. People buy stuff from online, they use it for 30 days and they return on 29th day. And all these policies are not there outside India. so that we can get a consumer. I know it will have a hit on the consumer returning customers, but then again, in the long term, this is necessary so that we sensitize the entire e-commerce trade as we sensitize when we buy from a local vendor or a local shop. And the last point is, more and more crowd from the rural and urban area should be encouraged to come to this platform, sell their products, even at the B2C level, business to consumer level, with less paperwork and less hassle, so that we can literally boom it. So government has already worked on initial 3 points which I mentioned, but there is still opportunity to growth. Raja sir.
Okay. So, okay, you just to speak about this Make in India, Startup India, I think you skipped this point. Digital India.
Yeah, so I did not use those terms because these are little political in nature, but yeah, the intent is same. So I said it, but I did not say those words.
Okay, very good.
I also have a question. I'm not really sure if this is directly related to to your research, but have you like discussed, or when it regards to the security onto the consumer part and also with the seller?
Yeah, so this is more of a technical security part, which is not an economical, but I can talk because I'm techno-functional in nature, right? So, for example, for the folks who are from the technical background, I'm a BTech plus an MBA doing my PhD. So, I have also worked on the infosec domain. So earlier, when we used to do a lot of transaction, you would have seen that if transaction fails, it used to take a lot of time to get the money back, which got deducted, right? Now in the back end, platforms like Amazon and Flipkart and big five have done a lot of streamlining with the payment gateways, right? So, and that is one part that you get back your money. There is earlier there used to be a lot of authentication fraud in the payment gateway, that somebody is using somebody's credit card. Now OTP has been enabled in some of the platforms. Even if you change your device, for example, if you're using Amazon from phone 1 and you go to use phone B, they will ask you for fingerprint scanner if that is enabled in your phone, or one time password. So all these things technology companies are doing, and I would say that all these things are the scenarios which are very, very Asia specific. So I remember when I used to work for Norton Antivirus 15 years ago, right? In America, people used to, give their card numbers and CVV numbers just like that.
Yeah.
Because that threat was not foreseen at that point in time. But thanks to the
True.
Asian ecosystem, they have I would say exploited a lot of these loopholes which were there in the security, and companies have proactively. So I will say in my company, in Unilever, people think that we are an FMCG, ma'am, right? But you will not believe that the division I work is an IT division, and we have 3,000 plus people working within IT for Unilever. So imagine an soap and soups company having a 3,000 employees for IT security, for IT streamlining, everything is a crazy thing. So we take security at that level. We have MFA authentication, multi-factor authentication, 128-bit encryption, 256-bit encryption, and you name a technology, be it Salesforce, be it SAP, we have a vendor, we have technology, we have team working with them. So that is really, really prerequisite, but not necessary to this study, but just because you picked up, industries are working like 15 years ahead. What could go wrong? And they are thinking and implementing that in place.
Yep, justified. Thank you so much. Good job. Are there any questions? All right. Thank you so much. And we'll now let us welcome the next presenter about the study of work-life balance of married working women, a review by Ms. Amrinder Kaur.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, I can hear you. Please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen visible to you, ma'am?
Yes, it is. Proceed.
My name is Amrinder Kaur, research scholar at Sant Baba Park Singh University, Jalandhar. I'm here to present my first paper, that is a study of work-life balance of married working women, a review paper. as if it's my initial step towards my research study. Through this paper, where I wish to find out the work-life balance agenda of married working women, although there are numerous solutions and technical options which are available, but there is a social taboo amongst our society and family members that married working women should give more preference or priority to the family first. That is to the family household chores. In this race, she does a lot of self-destruction to herself, that is physically as well as mentally. And as a result, she could not make any parity between the social lifestyle as well as the professional lifestyle. So through this paper, it is an attempt made to give an explanation for the problems which is being faced by married working women, whether there are intellectual fitness or physical fitness, since this information is gathered through various lookup papers which are already labeled by the way of research scholars or research publishers. Work-life balance, since it is not a new notion, it has been came into the research field by the year 1940. It refers to the condition of prosperity that an individual can reach or can set as an objective to maintain a parity between personal and professional life. That is, in short, the woman or a person should be able to manage physical, emotional, social, family, community, and itself, the person itself. This is a conceptual framework of work-life balance, like what we perceive what is work-life balance when family interfere with the work, where as well as work interfere with the family life. In this thing, we want to give job satisfaction in order to complete the organizational commitment. But once when there is family interference with the work and the work interference with the family, there is no job satisfaction as well as no organizational commitment achieved. This was a relationship which was being introduced by Thomas in the year 1995, and it was being redefined by Adams and King in 1996. For what purpose? For value attainment by the married working woman on her job as well as in her family, because she wants to give 100% to her family as well as to the job. Once work interfere with the family, it disrupts the family routine because the family schedules are also disturbed, and she wants to achieve the value attainment. In this case, once the value is not achieved, a value attainment which she wants to fetch from the personal works as well as in professional works, she feel like she's not totally satisfied with the job, as well as her life is also not satisfied because she's not able to give 100% to the kids, to the spouse, to the family members, and to the other persons who are dependent on him or her. This is a current literature review which I was looking for. That is one of the paper that was being defined by Edisa and et al. In the year 2009. They examined the effect of male-centric society on married working women. That is true. The study was held in Nigeria. An in-depth interview was being taken by the person, and they revealed that the woman want to accomplish work-life balance, but she was regularly disappointed by the male partner. Why? Because it was found that men consider that the wife or partner as a property, and they think that the wife should first prioritize to the family. But according to them, according to the researchers, they said that it is necessary that the domestic responsibilities should be shared by the spouse, should be shared by the male partner. Similarly, a research paper which was being which was being explained by Akanji and et al. In the year 2020, authors try to investigate the work-life balance offset faced by the female doctors in Nigeria, which revealed that due to the upsetting of the work-life balance, the married working woman feel like spillover. They feel like job burnout. The result displayed that there were three basic factors which affected her. That is the time, behavior, and strain. Time, because she has shortage of time to devote her time both at workplace as well as at the family. Then is behavior due to unusual circumstances or the code of conduct presented to her by any of the persons in the family as well as on the job. And strain, that is the unexpected situations or any pressure which was faced by her on the job as well as in the family. Due to these three factors, she feel like that she is under a lot of responsibilities and she feel like job burnout. Similarly, the solution to this was that the responsibilities as well as the household chores or other premises or other stresses must be shared by all the family members, and the woman must be mentally and physically supported. Problem faced, that is, she has to do work all alone, no play, no social life, no life, no enjoyment for her. She all the time feel guilt, she has fatigue, she has imbalance in all the aspects of her life. Anxiety, obviously the negative anxiety she faced from the many of the person's dissatisfaction, poor health, which leads to her depression, insomnia, aggressive behavior patterns, and so on. Conclusion, there must be several approaches which should be taken for the betterment of married working women on the part of organization, as well as on the part of society, family, spouse, peers, and woman herself. It has often been acclaimed that healthy woman is equal to healthy world because of woman is the axis on which the household life revolves or survives. So we must know the strength of the woman who carry all the burden duties and share the financial as well as household chores. So it is necessary to share her duties, her stress, and burden up to the maximum extent, so as to prevent herself from mental as well as physical upsetting. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any questions from our chair?
Okay, question from my side, madam.
Yes,
One
sir.
question. But do you have any suggestions, madam, to overcome the sufferings faced by the women at workplace and at home? Do you have any suggestions to overcome the sufferings faced by women at workplace and at
Paper to be explained or to presented. I'm just working on the research field. I'm just entering the research field just 6 months back. Sir, there are many things which are being done by the organizations later in the previous papers which I've studied. Like they have followed the flexi time approach, or they have work from home approach. There, the management support techniques also are there. But still, there is pressure on the family. There is pressure from the family. The woman has to, whether she's having so much of hassle at the job, she's helping or talking in the job, still she has to manage all the work which she has to do all alone. Here, no one is here to share. So on that thing, on that notion, I think the family must have this capacity to share the burden. Anything, or like, for example, if I take an example, I read a research paper of a person, of a researcher. The person said that the questions which were given in that was the male or the spouse capable or willing to share the household activities like purchasing vegetables, or it is the woman who has to come back from job and getting the vegetables for the family, or shopping other grocery things for the family. So this is what one of the examples which was I have seen through the papers. So in this case, they said that the sharing must be there by the family members or the spouse.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Right. We'll call on the next presenter, the paper about a comparative analysis of involvement of urban and rural physicians in unethical drug promotion practices in Madhya Pradesh. This is by Dr. Ramkrishna Supla.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi. Yes.
Hello, madam.
Please share your screen.
Yes. So, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. Please proceed.
So, very good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, the authority of the session chair today, Dr. Raja Prakash Rao sir, Mrs. L. Jyoti madam. Today, on this occasion of International Conference on Technological Advancement in Science, Engineering, Management and Pharmaceutics 2021, I am Harshit Kumar Sharma. I am the co-author. I'm a research scholar of Barkatullah University, Bhopal, and head of Department Management in Poonam Chand Gupta Vocational College, Khandwa. Along with my author, Dr. Ramkrishna Shukla, Professor Director, Girdhar Group of Institutions, Mandide. So we are presenting on our research paper topic, that is a comparative analysis of involvement of urban and rural physicians in unethical drug promotion practices in Madhya Pradesh. So in this presentation, we will be covering the content that is given here. The title we will discuss, the introduction, the objectives, the research methodology, the statistical analysis, the discussion, conclusion, and finally the recommendation part. Starting with the title of the research, we are doing here a comparative analysis of involvement of urban and rural physicians in unethical drug promotion practices. This is the variable here. And we are having a geographical constraint in India, that is in Madhya Pradesh. So we are doing a comparative analysis of involvement of urban and rural physicians in unethical drug promotion practices in Madhya Pradesh. Starting with the introduction about the pharmaceutical industry in India, that Indian pharmaceutical industry is ranked third in terms of production by volume and 14 by value. And Indian pharmaceutical industry is known as the largest manufacturing provider of generic drugs worldwide. India is also considered as the biggest supplier of generic medications all around the world, and also supplies 62% of the global requirement of vaccines. India also supplies 80% of the antiretroviral drugs utilized all around the world to battle the AIDS disease. The Indian domestic pharmaceutical industry incorporates a network of more than 3,000 pharmaceutical companies and more than 10,500 manufacturing units. The Indian pharmaceutical market is estimated at $41 billion in 2021 and anticipated to reach at 120 to 130 billion US dollars in 2030. So in this picture, that what we are seeing, that there is one patient and there is one doctor. And in pharmaceutical industry, basically, the doctor is the king. It is not the final consumer who is the king. In any marketing, that what we have learned, that the final consumer is the king. But in pharmaceutical industry, the doctor is the king because the doctor prescribes medicines to the patient. Consumer is not aware about the medications, is not about aware about the efficacy, about the particular brand of the product. He has left with no choice simply to refer the prescription of the doctor. So here the doctor is the king. So the elements of the promotion are more focused on persuading the physician for more prescriptions. Even the medical representatives of multinational companies, the domestic companies, with the help of scientific detailing, they promote their drugs to the doctors to prescribe medicines to the patients. Most of the multinational companies and domestic companies, they aggressively target the physicians of urban and rural areas and battle for the largest share of the market. They offer Me Too products, they push high value brands, they promote irrational combination of drugs to earn higher profits. And even the physicians and pharmaceutical companies do not hesitate to adopt the unethical drug promotional practices. The pharmaceutical companies put unendurable stress on the sales representatives to accomplish the higher sales target. The physicians also understand the greedy intentions of the pharmaceutical companies and take advantage by active involvement in negotiation on business dealing. We can look the picture here, that it shows that the physicians are actively involved in the business dealings with the pharmaceutical companies. The medical representatives, they allure the doctors, they bribe the doctors, and they give cash as an incentive for the prescription they made. So the unholy relationship of the pharmaceutical companies and doctors to earn huge profit is at the cost of patient care. Even some of the studies also have concluded that there is an involvement of physicians in unethical drug promotion practices. Gadre and Shukla in 2016 also depicted the influence of pharmaceutical promotional malpractices of companies on physician prescriptions and the active involvement of physicians demanding incentives, sponsorships, gifts, benefits to boost the business. The pharmaceutical companies are aggressively targeting the urban and rural market, and even they do not hesitate to promote the drugs to the non-qualified doctors, which are known as quacks, for boosting their sales. So the major objective of our research is to compare the average scores of unethical drug promotional practices of physicians working in urban and rural areas of Madhya Pradesh. The methodology that we have used here, we are discussing that population that we have covered is the physicians of Madhya Pradesh. The sampling method that we have chosen is purposive because the data is sensitive in nature, and in order to find the data about the deeper insights, we did a purposive sampling. We have chosen the doctor, we have discussed the doctors in advance, and we have chosen the doctors who are agreed to discuss about the unethical drug promotion practices. So we have taken the sample size, 50 physicians we have taken from the urban area and then 50 from the rural area. The urban cities were covered like Indore, Bhopal, Jabalpur and Gwalior of Madhya Pradesh, and the rural areas we have covered the nearby rural areas of these urban cities. The primary data is collected with the help of structured questionnaire and the statistical analysis. Independent sample t-test is used with the help of SPSS, and we have analyzed the data. This is the hypothesis null. We have formulated that there is no significant difference in the average scores of unethical drug promotion practices of physicians working in urban and rural areas. So this is the T table, the value of T showing the average scores of unethical drug sales promotion practices of urban and rural physicians. 50 physicians that we have taken from the urban and 50 from the rural areas. The average scores of the physicians from the urban are 66.42 and rural physicians are having average scores of 46.9. Standard deviation is 5.08 and 6.22. The T score is 17.18. Degree of freedom 98, and it is significant at 0.01 level. You can see from the chart that the average scores of unethical drug promotional practices of urban physician is significantly higher than the rural physician. The urban physician having the average scores of 66.42, which is significantly higher than 46.9, which is of rural physicians. So the finding shows that the scores are having a high significant difference, so that the null hypothesis that we have created, that the average scores of unethical drug promotion practices of physicians working in urban and rural areas is not accepted. Further, we can say that the average scores of unethical drug promotion practices of urban physicians is 66.42, which is altogether significantly higher than the rural physicians. So result is that the urban physicians are discovered to be more associated with the unethical drug promotion practices comparatively to the rural physicians. Now coming to the discussion part, why these urban physicians are much more involved in unethical practices. In urban areas, due to high business potential, because the density of population is high in urban areas comparatively to the rural areas, and in urban areas, due to the availability of multi-speciality hospitals and even the specialist physicians are there in urban areas. So these have a potential business altogether. So pharmaceutical companies are targeting these potential physicians, and they do aggressive and deceptive promotional strategies to impact the prescription behavior of the physicians to gain the huge sales to earn massive profits. Even in urban areas, there are excess of 1,300 pharmaceutical companies working in urban areas comparatively to the rural, and they offer Me Too brands, fixed dose combination drugs, and pushing high cost brands to doctors for prescription. And to procure a larger share in the market and to excel in the competition, the companies move from moral to dishonest advancement of the drugs. The selling tactics and the promotional trends have changed from giving medical scientific information through detailing and providing literature to generation of business by whatsoever the means of any practice. The ethical conduct is overlooked and ignored, which was done earlier, and now the total focus is to generate more and more business. The urban doctors having various specialties to fame had a more extensive selection of brands of same drug ingredients which are produced by numerous drug organizations. The profit intention of the pharmaceutical companies are well understood by the doctors, and the dealings and negotiation on business is made by these doctors with the companies. The doctors center on those companies who satisfy their interest. A job which was before played by drug organization inciting doctors are switched out, and now the doctors are actively demanding costlier gifts and individual help and are the initiators of the business transaction. The physicians are directly involved in business negotiation with the companies to procure the benefits. They even don't hesitate to sell the medication straightforwardly to the patients. They get the drugs and vials and infusions straightforwardly from the domestic pharmaceutical companies in lesser cost and contrasted with the retail prices and sell these products to patients in hospitals and in their private facilities. In rural areas, the thickness of population is very low. So the rural doctors, basically the rural medical practitioner and the Ayurvedic doctors and the Unani doctors and also the quacks, basically, they treat the patient and they also have a very poor business potential. So the doctors demand additional samples and medical devices, small gifts, and low month-to-month cash sum for the prescriptions. So these rural doctors are auxiliary to the drug organization and because of feeble business potential. Even the smaller distribution companies ordinarily focus on these RMPs and VAMS and VUMS doctor specialists and initiate them to endorse allopathic medications, principally antibiotics and steroids, which are not needed for general kind of sickness like cold and influenza and in everyday infections. And because of absence of the information, these conventional doctors endorse more antibiotics and steroids to general patients, and which could make them antibiotic resistant and could have contraindication. See, even the doctors in the hospitals additionally constrain the patient to buy the medicines from their close by chemist and drug stores in the hospitals, and they also receive the commission from such pharmacists on giving the business. The Medical Council of India also has set down mandatory code of conduct for medical professionals. The code portrays the set of principles for the doctors and the connection with pharmaceutical companies. These codes restrict the physicians to get any expensive blessings from any drug or unified medical services industries or through the salesperson. The medical professional will not acknowledge any trips, any travel trips, exertion, or the pleasure trips from themselves and for the relatives for going to any conferences or seminar or joining any continuous medical education programs. They ought not to accept any hospitality services like hotel stay, nor will they acknowledge any money or financial awards from drug organization. So the conclusion is that despite various ethical regulation by Medical Council of India on drug promotion practices, the ethics are continuously violated and overlooked at the ground level by the physicians working in urban and rural areas both. And the study shows that the urban physicians are more associated with the unethical drug promotion practices comparatively to the rural areas. So this is the recommendation that the strict action should be taken and the punitive measures against the practitioners violating the rules, such as censure or removal from registration temporarily or permanently. There should be an effective monetary system must be introduced for monitoring and reporting of any unethical promotion of the drugs. Thank you. I'm open to any of the questions now.
Thank you so much. Any question from our chair? right, I think we're good. Thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Please stop screen sharing. All right, let's call on the next presenter. Is the paper about the impact on project manager role and team structure due to changing software engineering methodologies by Mr. Prixit Raj.
Hi, good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear
Hi,
me?
good afternoon. Yes, I can. Please share your screen. Right, have it in presentation mode, please, and proceed.
Let me know once it is visible, ma'am.
It is. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, all and respected sirs and madams. I am Parikshit Raj, and I am a research scholar with School of Management, GD Goenka University, Gurgaon. My mentor and guide is Dr. Parul Sinha. She is a professor there in GD Goenka University in School of Management. I am personally having 20 years of experience in various IT and software companies, including Infosys and Wipro. Presently, I am working with a company called Altron Technologies, and my role is into GPO, which is a global program office and process deployment. So, with this background, I will start. So, with an abstract, we are looking at that the project management methodologies has been developed over a time period. There was a time period prior to 1950 and then post 1950, but it has been successfully developed with industry practices and the international collaboration. There are many good institutions who have picked it up in terms of SCI, Project Management Institute, PRINCE and all. Which has led to a higher rate of success for the IT projects. And in the IT industry, the entire work is, or the engagements with the customer is projectized. Okay, and the team structure is also designed to successfully execute the project. So once the project is over, beyond that, the team is dismantled and they look out for a new project. And that is how, that is why I call this as a projectized structure. And hence the project management and the project team structure is very important and critical for the success of that project. Okay, now we are in this paper, we are looking at in terms of the agile and DevOps methodologies, which are new and which are impacting how we develop and execute our software projects. So that is where we are looking at. We are also looking at their applications and what are the skills needed to adapt to agile and DevOps. So in terms of introduction, the IT industry is a major contributor to the growth of nation in last 2 decades. This data may be slightly old. We are almost 100 billion plus worth of export and good internal India IT industry. It is tightly integrated into our economy, and somebody was talking about e-commerce in some of the previous presentations. So GST framework, all your digital commerce are primarily enabled through the software development. Okay. So, and then we are looking at how, the practices, the roles and the skills have been adapted for this development. We'll look into more details in the forthcoming slides. Here we are looking at, everybody knows what is project management, but just to give a view and then more aligned to the PDCA cycle. And also in IT industry, it is more aligned. Earlier, it was more aligned to the waterfall kind of a development. And you'll see most of our engagements with the project and the contracts with the customers are also designed in the similar way. So you will have your milestones in terms of completion of requirements. You will have milestones in terms of completion of a design, or you will have some customer approvals, and then those milestones and the payments do happen. So, and the project management structure the milestones, tracking, everything was aligned on based on this model. But in last 1.5 decade, Agile is changing the way we are developing our software and how we are managing the project. So it is more, the core is on the sprints, which is a 2 weeks kind of a time boxed interval where we have to deliver something which is workable to the customer. Then there is a concept of a product backlog, which is nothing more than requirements which need to be developed over a time period. The team decides what needs to be picked up in that sprint and that gets delivered. I'm not getting into more details on this, but then this is the core instance. So the core is that there is a set of requirements, stack of requirements, which can be ascended or descended based on the customer priorities. And then it's a time boxed work. So you can decide whether you want to give 2 use cases, 2 stories or certain functionalities in those 15 days. But then something has to be delivered. And those sprints can be weekly or fortnightly, depending upon what is, how the team is structured. Then we talk about DevOps, and DevOps is a recent change which is probably happening in last 7 to 8 years, where the expectation is that there's a collaboration which happens between the business teams, the development team, and the operations team. Otherwise, there used to be very separate, segregated departments. I have developed the software, and then now the operations team will take over. They will keep struggling with the the bugs or the issues which the customer would report, and then the customer used to suffer. So, and that is one. The collaboration between the teams is very important, and it asks for a unified team. Then it is also looking at continuous integration, continuous deployment, those kind of principles it looks into. So we wanted to study their impact and how we have gone through. I have not focused on this, at least today's session, on what literature review I had done and what was the background. So primarily I'm jumping directly on how we had designed a questionnaire, how we conducted a survey, and how we studied the impact on the major Indian IT companies. So the questionnaire was designed in terms that it had to be balanced. It has to be on a scale of 1:5, a Likert scale, and the third position being the neutral or indifferent response. We didn't want to make that questionnaire too big so that people are not motivated to respond to it. Okay, how did we selected the targeted companies? If you look at this, I have picked up from NASSCOM. The IT and ITS sector is primarily divided in India into 4 big segments. The IT services, the business process management is primarily a BPO and KPO kind of services. Then there are software products and hardware. So for this survey, when we are looking at software development, we were targeting only IT services and software products. Then we went about looking at how the revenue and the manpower is distributed within the Indian IT scenario. We look at the top 11 companies account for almost 50% of the revenue, and they account for almost 35 to 38% of the employee strength. So if you target almost top 50 companies, you will be targeting 75 to 80% of the revenue and similar percentage of the headcount. So the strategy was not to spread thin. Strategy was to look at the top companies and then get a proper feedback. And this is how we picked up the data. We picked up the data from top 50 companies. How we identified the top 50 companies were in terms of looking at ET 500, Economic Times on top 500 companies, and then all looked at Data Quest top 20, and then some other sources. Then also we identified whether they are primarily into some other kind of activities or not. So if they are into primarily hardware or BPO, then we had to drop them. So out of 50, 33 were, we found that they were eligible for where we could launch the survey. And then this was a strategy for our data analysis. So we wanted once we had collected the data, we would look at the demographic analysis, we would look at descriptive analysis, then based on hypothesis, and then conclusions. Demographic analysis, if we look at, we had polled almost more than 200 respondents, and I'll also talk about the roles and why we had picked up the roles. That is in the next slide. But then we could get a response of 176 unique respondents. 138 respondents could cater to both agile and non-agile projects. So they had an opinion because they had experience working in agile kind of environment and a non-agile, which is a typical waterfall software development kind of environment. So they had opinion on both and they could respond to that. Some of these guys didn't want to respond on the non-agile method. So only agile was 24 and only non-agile were 15. So broadly, the organization wise, what is their frequency? What is the percentage that data has been given? More important is on the respondent role. So idea was, again, here was not to poll as many as people as from each organization. Idea was to poll, survey people with different roles. Because if you pay people from SCPG, which is Software Engineering Process Group, these are the guys who define processes across the organization. So they are responsible for defining the quality management system, which consists of the project management practices also. Then we looked at the delivery manager, project manager, people who are associated with delivery management or program management. So these two constituents are majority of our responses. Then we had picked up some other guys like Agile Coach and Business Head. So primarily we wanted to look at people who are defining the processes which are getting deployed across the organization, and we are looking at people who are performing the project management, program management kind of a role, and probably a slightly senior role in terms of the delivery management. And then we are given the distribution in terms of what was their key distribution. So SCPG looks high, but then the delivery manager, project manager, and if you combine the program manager role, that percentage is higher, which is primarily the team which is responsible for executing the projects. Then there are terms of experience. We didn't want to have people who are low on experience. So, but we also didn't want to miss out, our opinion from people who have recently joined the industry. So ideal was to have 10 to 20 years of experience, which is almost 50% of my constituents. Then 5 to 10 years is 26, and then 0 to 5, 3%. So from our survey perspective, this was a good distribution. Now we look at the survey results. I will not get into too much of detail on the statistical part, but then, then these were the questions, and then we have looked at, this is a high level analysis, and then we can look at the hypothesis part. So primarily for both agile and non-agile, you can look at that the practices of the Scrum, which the Scrum Master role and the Scrum leadership in the project is quite different from the typical project manager role. It doesn't has that kind of, you put up milestone, you allocate task, and then you ask the team members to report into how they have progressed against each milestone and what is their performance and all. So Scrum Master is a very different kind of a role, and if you go through various literature, they talk about which is called as servant and facilitator. So that is an attribute which they say that you facilitate. You will have daily stand-up meetings, you will talk to team members and try to remove which they call as blockages in daily parlance. And rather than the typical what we have, a manager and a controller type of role, which we used to have for a long time. And then, it was also seen that, and you will find in various literatures that even for agile projects, there were two kind of roles which were being assigned. One was a Scrum Master role and a project manager role, and both the roles are being overlapped. And in few of the literature finding, you will find that it is the same role, which is not the case. And that is what we wanted to check when we had done that survey. And then we were looking at collaboration part and then the skill set. If you see on the right hand side table also, then we had also asked this question for agile projects, whether they have the Scrum Masters assigned them to their projects or not. These were the typical hypothesis for study. We will look each of them into detail. So here we are looking at that whether the senior management is also involved in improving the collaboration between the DevOps team and the development team and the operation team. And we have also wanted to study for typical agile DevOps project and the non-agile project. So we find out that yes, the senior management is more involved in an agile kind of environment, but yes, the collaboration is needed between the operations team and the development team, and the senior management involvement really helps there. Okay, and we have done that. And the second part of why we have done this rank test is to judge if there is a difference in the opinion between the agile and the non-agile. So the previous slide talks about that within agile group is the senior management role correlated, but here it talks about whether between agile and non-agile there is a difference. So there is a difference there. Now then we are looking at whether the project management function will get slowly organized into the roles of Scrum Masters and product owners, and that is we are trying to look at. It is not that the project managers will be called as Scrum Masters, but we are looking at whether those attributes and that the kind of expectation we have from the Scrum role and the product owner, that is getting reorganized. So yes, we found out that yes, the expectations are going in the similar way, both for agile and non-agile, and then there is no difference also, and both the teams find out that yes, the roles need to be reorganized and with more attributes from the agile and the Scrum side. Now, we also wanted to check whether, as I said, that during the literature review, we find that people start assigning the Scrum role, Scrum Master's role, and the traditional project management role, is it one or same? So we found out that yes, the respondents say that there is a difference, and then whether we want to check between agile and non-agile, that has also been done. Then we were looking at in terms of whether the team the team members feel that how the leadership is going to change, whether the attributes of servant leader and facilitator from a manager and controller, is it happening between agile and DevOps? So that is also earlier also I had said that also was attributed here and checked. Okay. Now the key conclusions and then recommendations we'll talk about. Yes, there is a difference in the senior management involvement in improving the collaborations, and that is evident from our agile DevOps and non-agile projects. But then yes, involvement is necessary for the collaboration between development team and the operations team. Otherwise, I said that both the teams work in silos and the customer suffers. Based on the business need, and the business need here is that the customer doesn't want to wait for 6 months for a deliverable to happen. They are looking at if there is something ready which can be worked, and I can give you many scenarios from telecom or e-commerce where they want to launch a thing without full functionality. So they like to launch a teaser kind of a stuff with a limited functionality in a month's time, and then keep on adding it on based on the subscription and the user demand. So that is where the Scrum Masters and product owners are needed, and that is where it is changing the characteristics of the project manager's role. Then we have talked about this attributes in terms of being servant and facilitator rather than being a manager and controller. And also on the skill set, I think I didn't emphasize in my earlier slides, the skill set which were needed earlier for a typically waterfall kind of a project, that is going to change. We are more looking at a general skill set. So a person who can talk to the customer, understand the requirements. So have a decent business analyst skills and the communication skills, along with the technical skills. So that is what is more in demand as we change the way we are executing the projects. And next is also on the tool integration skills, like you are looking at some of the DevOps platforms. There we are looking at continuous integration, CD, that kind of tools. The skill set is demanding, and with that environment that people can collaborate, come and jointly develop on a single platform, those skill sets are more needed then. So this is from me. Any questions here? I can take the questions now. Hello.
Thank you. Yes, any questions from our chair?
No.
All right, please go ahead and stop sharing your screen. Next, let me call on the next presenter about a review on people's perception and adaptability of e-banking in India by Mr. Utkarsh Chirag Sandhya. Shandilya. Right, I can now see your screen. Hello?
Am I audible?
Yes, now you are audible. Hello, sir. Go ahead, please.
Is the screen visible to all?
Yes, it is.
Should I start?
Please.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Utkarsh Chirag Sandhya. I'm a research scholar doing my PhD in lovely Professional University under the supervision of my guide, Dr. Mohammad Farhan, who is Associate Professor at Mittal School of Business, lovely Professional University. In the current research paper, which we have done, is the review of people perception and adaptability of e-banking in India. It's an ongoing study. So this is a 21st century in fast-moving. It is a fast-moving century, and banking has never been more essential to us than it is today. Clients are progressively requesting more values and services modified to their accurate necessity at discounting cost and as soon as possible. This demand of the customer has been shifted from time-bound banking to anytime, anywhere banking. Because firstly, we were being, seeing that the banking was under the brick and mortar. But however, now it has been shifted to your phone, to your laptop. So you can use the banking activity anytime, anywhere. The discovery exhibits that the banks are developing e-banking platforms to remain competitive, to manage services with technology advancement, and to gain profit. Present financial business, specifically banking sector, depends on the utilization of information technology. E-banking services can not only offer wide range of product and services, but also it has the potential to cater the need of existing as well as the prospective customers. E-banking have proven itself a less costly method of banking transactions.
Sir?
Hello?
Yeah, your PowerPoint is not moving.
The slides is not moving?
Yeah, I still see the first page with your name on it.
Let me reshare it. Is it visible?
There you go. Yes, I see now the abstract. Go ahead.
So should I start from scratch or I can move ahead?
No, just proceed from where you end.
Okay, thank you. So this utility of e-banking technology motivates banks to design and develop their own e-banking product. Banks are operating different e-banking platforms to cater the different need of the customer. The aim of this current paper is to cover review of the past studies toward the customer perception and adaptability of e-banking services and its effects. So the principal finding of this paper are the perception of e-banking for bank as well as for the clients. On one hand, it describes the serious issues bank faces, that is the low response rate from the client and the implementation of security and information assurance system. And on the other hand, the moderately low internet use and speed, lesser financial and technical literacy, use of new updates in financial product or services, security and protection of data and information, and lack of personal contact are the primary factors that affect the adoption of e-banking services by clients. However, the convenience and anytime banking attracts them to adopt it. So what does e-banking terms means? The e-banking is a generic term that is for utilizing electronic channels through personal computers, mobile phone, internet cafe, etc. for delivering of banking services and products. Studies have proven that the increased use of e-banking services have improved the customer service level of bank and also has created a stronger relationship among them. E-banking platform has provided all the financial power related to the accounts and the money in the hand of the customer itself. They can presently take care of their bills, can transfer the money to the other accounts, can check account history, can download account statement and can perform other financial activity like taking the insurance and all quickly and easily at any time, at anywhere. The idea and extent of e-banking is still in the transactional stage. Many things have been introduced and many are in the development phase. E-banking services have the potential to make financial services at the fingertip of the customer, where the customer can feel himself a token. So there are the reviews of the past studies. I will not go into the details. However, I'll point out some of these studies. There is a customer satisfaction in the commercial bank. It's a case study of the Bank of Baroda. It says that the adaptability of electronic banking by the clients is expanding and is helping banks with increased customer loyalty. So whenever the customer loyalty has increased, the byproduct sales can be increased, and so that the bank can increase its profit. These variables like courtesy, exactness, and the speed are the significant factors for bank for improving customer loyalty towards electronic financial services. There are few studies that these are the factors affecting mobile banking adoption behavior in India. It's by Mr. Amit Shankar and Pooja Kumari by IIT Kharagpur. This is that the use of available information and further research need to be carried out to make any strategy for developing e-banking services for existing or prospective clients. Banks should also ensure that proper information and training to be imparted for the user of e-banking products. This is the study which is done by customer awareness towards e-banking services in India. It's a comparative study of public and private sector banks. It said that bank needs to adopt new methods and ways to make their customer aware about the e-banking product and services offered by them. Until unless the customer is well aware about these services, they cannot gonna use it, and the ultimate use and the prospect of these services cannot be matched. A study was being published in Banking on the Future Vision 2020 by Confederation of Indian Industry and Deloitte with collaboration. This says that a technology-oriented banking system which uses automated process, complex data analysis, and artificial intelligence to provide cost-effective and better product and services. So these all studies has been combined through. We have been going through several reviews, and we have concluded the benefits for banks as well as the perception of the people which they think about the e-banking services right now in India. So first we conclude what the advantages for banks. Through branch banking, bank has limited customer base and can provide services to a limited number of people in a limited specific area or location. However, through e-banking, banks can get to the mass and at several locations and can serve all of them together. By use of the e-banking by customer, bank can reduce their operational expenses significantly. So this is the major advantage toward the profit side of the bank. By increase of the use of e-banking channel by the customer, the workload in the branches could be reduced significantly. With reduced cost and workload, bank can develop and deliver quality services. The e-banking channel not only provide alternative ways for banking, but also provide better and effective platform to inform and deliver several initiative and offering of the bank effectively, and hence may improve its public image. The increased use of e-banking collects a massive database for several demographical, behavioral, financial, and attitudinal data, which can be used to understand and provide better and customized services, and also help in acquisition of the knowledge. E-banking help banks to reach the mass and to provide cost-effective services, which in turn increase the volume of the business and thus increase the overall income. E-banking are emerging with a new technology, and with effective use of the technology and data interpretation open new business horizons that creates new business opportunities. As the e-banking is growing, more banks are using this platform to attract more customers, and thus an intensive and healthy competition has been started. This competition encourages banks to keep providing better and customized services. There are few disadvantages of the banks as well. The development for suitable and customized e-banking services takes time and money, and this cost is included. This time and money cost need to be properly imagined and managed before it lose its competitive and technological advancement. E-banking uses technology which comes with some cost, and this cost is not small. An investment for establishment, maintenance, and replacement of the technology infrastructure for e-banking is really costly. Development for e-banking products and services also need proper training for all the stakeholders to understand and use it. Thus, training cost is also involved and is a major challenge. Data security and maintenance also is a very crucial and tedious task for the banks to increase the cyber security and for the safeguard of the interest of all stakeholders. After going through the reviews of past studies, we have identified the positive perception which increase the adaptability and attract the people to use the e-banking services. The e-banking provides 24/7 banking services, and customer does not feel bound on any time limit to do the banking transaction. They can do the banking transaction from anywhere. E-banking help customer to use better time organization and priorities the other things along with banking. It also reduce transactions time, because when we go to bank, we need to move from one chair to another chair, and the transactions time increases. However, when we are using it on our laptop or mobile phone, we can do in one click, so that it reduces transaction time, and thus in return help to receive goods and services from the other industry in time as well. Here my means is that for the business enterprises, like if they need to transfer the amount to get the product delivered, so that so here the transaction time reduces so that the people can easily get their product. E-banking does not bound customers to any geographical boundaries. It provides them the platform to use banking services from anywhere around the world. If I belong to a particular area, I am traveling somewhere, I can use these e-banking channels and do my banking transactions from anywhere. So my geographical boundaries has been widened. E-banking is less costly affair than the branch banking for the customer itself, because they need to move from one place to other. That also costly affair. They incur some cost. E-banking channels also have 24-hour support system to provide timely help and guidance in case of any need, because branch banking time is limited. If they need to get any support, they need to wait for a time like for 10 to 4 in current banking area. However, in e-banking channels, the support system available 24/7, so they can get the guidance and the help. E-banking also helpful for specifically abled people, so that they can also utilize banking services as per their convenience. Different able people, if not able to visit, if there is any health issue, they are not able to move for banking transaction, they can do it easily on their phone or laptop. Change and advancement of technology allow customer to use several banking services under one platform. This can not only save lots of time but also money for the customer. The increased competitiveness among banks to provide better e-banking services is the advantage for customer, where they can get better offer and services. There are some negative perceptions which are holding them back to use the e-banking services. First is the increasing cybercrime and the fear of security of data of personal or financial information are still the major concern among many customers, and somewhere drag back them to the from better utilization of e-banking services. Technology is complex, and without proper training or awareness, it's become difficult for adopt it. For many people who are not technologically literate, it's very difficult for them to adopt it. So this is a major concern for less adaptability of e-banking services, specifically if we consider India as a whole. E-banking services require proper infrastructure, that is internet, data, mobile coverage, etc., and also specialized equipments like ATM, cash recycler, banking kiosk, smartphone, laptop, desktop, and somebody should use it properly. They know how to use them properly. Lacking of required infrastructure and specialized equipment also concern for less penetration for e-banking service. Banking is among essential services that we all know, and the involvement of a specialized person is required to understand many bank-related things or services. So many people still prefer branch banking so that this personal touch can be ensured. The lack of personal contact is another major concern for e-banking adoption. Thank you. This is for all for my side. For any question is required, I'm okay.
Thank you. Any question from our chair? All right. I think you're good. Very good presentation. Thank you so much. Let's call on the next presenter. The paper about the assessment of post-harvest practices and qualitative status of turmeric rhizomes from southwestern Ethiopia, the case of Yeki, Sheko, and Gudiri districts. This is by Mr. Bulayhail Kabidi. You're on mute. Yep, I can see your screen, but you're on mute.
Okay.
Right, there you go. Yes, I can hear you now. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Let me on my. Where's my PPT? These are others PPT are there.
Yes, it is.
Please, is another overlap with another PPT there? What is it? It's overlapping. Hello?
Yes.
My share is overlapping with others there. I think there is a. Yeah. My screen come there?
Not yet.
Yeah. It's open. Any options in there? No option.
Just right at the bottom of your Zoom screen, you will see their share screen, usually colored green.
Which one? Share screen. Oh, this one. This one. No. No options. No option. Maybe you what you was previously there was, yeah. Previously someone. Yeah. No, you were serious. Here. Share screen.
Do you see the screen where you have us? Do you see my face? There you go. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yep, it's there. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for your invitation. I'm from Ethiopia, Jimma University. My name is Bala Haile, is a PhD scholar at Jimma University. My presentation is all about on assessment of post-harvest practice by smaller farmers and the qualitative status of turmeric rhizomes. It's presented by me and my presenter, my co-supervisors are there, Dr. Srauding Fakir Jesus and Dr. Yetinat Bekeletola. And it's about post-service handling processing of turmeric, and it's about from a cross-sectional survey that was conducted in 2019 to assess the socio-economic status, post-service practice, and the quality of turmeric rhizomes in southwestern Ethiopia. A formal survey was involved by 115 farmers from a population through the Yamanis formula through 3 districts. Southwestern Ethiopia was conducted using structure and semi-structure questionnaires. Farmers' perceptions of each constraint in post-service activity were assessed by use of 5-scale Likert scale. Originating from India, turmeric is the cost of China in 780 and reached East Africa in 100 years later, and West Africa 500 later. It's cultivated as cash crop to ensure the socio-economic of household in southern Ethiopia. And this turmeric is harvested and cleaned to attain the stability before they enter the market as a dependable sellable commodities. This involves through post-harvest treatments, including boiling, drying, polishing, and grinding. As this fresh is harvested, boiling takes place in this kind of utensil, and that is dried by different mechanisms and grinded after before coming to the market. It's strongly believed that the post-harvest handling, the processing method at the production level forecasted market potential for unprocessed and ground turmeric, as well as extracts such as essential oil and oleoresins, as noted by these authors, Girma and Angrar, smallholder farmers in southwestern Ethiopia, either bypass the basic steps or bypass the adequate post-harvest handling at production level of the farm rhizomes. This lack of post-harvest handling and processing practice will lead to probably the market system and resulting significant wastage or spillage of the product due to the quality deterioration. And the result of that survey indicate that the harvesting of the turmeric was conducted at 70% of the farmers among the total population of from total of 107 practices, harvesting between less than 8 and less than 9 months. That is between 9 and 7 months. That is followed by the farmers that harvest less than 10 months, and small of them are harvesting greater than 10 months. When it comes to the boiling or curing practices, there are two possibility of processing and curing in Ethiopia. That's traditional improved one. Still yet, farmers are not able to use the improved one for the boiling of their product. However, the 90% of them are using the traditional way of curing, as well as 9.93% of them are sell the fresh rhizome before without processing. The other one is drying. That is, drying can be conducted by different methods. There are possibility of drying their cured rhizomes. Majority of you use them open yard, that is on dirty floor. 85% are included in this samples, and 4.64% of them use cement floor, and few of them are using or that is included 3.97% are using the bare rest, and others are not dry their rhizome. They sell without curing. When you come to the level of consent-based turmeric post-harvest activities, why they are using not the appropriate post-harvest processing, they're Likert scale that can put what are the changes, what are the problems in post-harvest processing of turmeric. The first one, lack of labor, because turmeric is labor-intensive. Turmeric post-harvest processing is very labor-intensive. It consumes fire as well as huge amount of water for curing, as well as harvesting is also another labor-intensive process. So it's the first rank that can cause the qualitative loss for turmeric production in the state area. Other lack of information, how they can get the improved post-harvest processing, as well as for the improved utensils for processing. The second constraint is lack of information. The other is limited finance to buy the improved technology. The other one is lack of technology that are used to process the post-harvest processing of turmeric in Ethiopia. As you know, there are a lot of technology that can be used for processing as well for curing, like steam curing. There is another curing mechanisms, as well as drying as also another constraint that dry technology like solar drying methods. The other one is unreliable transport. There are a pure transportation system in the study area. So that is these are the 5 constraints identified through the survey of this post-service processing of turmeric. So after all, what I did is how we can check the quality of this turmeric if it fits the marketability. We can check that along the standard one, that is Ethiopian standard as well as Indian standard, because Indian is the home for the turmeric, and they are known for the international market. So to check the quality, dry turmeric samples were collected from households that are from 151%, and the mean of these quality parameters that are measured through physiochemicals are conducted. For 3 districts, the maximum moisture content was obtained for the turmeric sample obtained from Yekki district. That is almost comparable to the maximum allowable one, and the other one fit the required quality parameters. The other one is total ash. The highest total ash was obtained from turmeric collected from the Kodari, as well as acid insoluble ash is similarly obtained from the same district of the study area. For when it comes to the essential oil, because it is required to have the maximum essential oil for the turmeric, so the minimum that is obtained from this Kodari district, this is indicate that the lowest quality. The oleoresin also for this samples having the less oleoresin is also indicate the inferior quality. Curcumin is one indicator for quality of turmeric. So the lowest curcumin was obtained for Yekko districts. When it comes to the conclusion, the finding of this survey indicate the cooking of fresh rhizome was conducted without washing, sorting, or separation of finger. That is on-site observation that brings this qualitative losses. And the other one is the majority farmers also practice drying on the dusty floor and they send it to the market without polishing. That is with a muddy sample we'll see in the picture. To refine the current post-service practice and improve curing method should replace the labor-intensive traditional one, and the consideration should be given to environmental hygiene during the drying of turmeric rhizomes. Furthermore, establishing farmer saving and credit institutions that improve access to formal market information service might convince them to adopt better cultivation practice that can improve the quality of the turmeric. To show you the some pictures of traditional curing method is this one, and it's different from the improved one with having 2 layers. The improved one have 2 layers. The proprietary barrel is inserted in this outer barrel, and it's used for to minimize the fire used for cooking, as well as it's used to reduce the labor that to bring out the boiled rhizomes. On survey, this is how farmers are used to dry their turmeric. That is on open yard that can cause the qualitative loss with the soil, dust, as well as other foreign materials. Thank you. If there are any questions,
Mr. Billet, does it have any medicinal values, turmeric?
Yes.
Can it cure anything? Any health problems?
Yeah, I did that. Another study. I did some medicinal value of this turmeric samples on the antioxidant as well as antimicrobial activity, especially to 3 pathogens. But this is a survey, background surveys, how they are processing the turmeric. The status, the qualitative status of turmeric that is processed by older farmers of the state area. But the medicinal application for this selected was conducted by my own work. I collected the fresh one, and I have another presentation for that one. But for this purpose, I only emphasize on how small farmers are conducting their post-harvest processing of turmeric rhizomes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. You may now stop sharing your screen. All right, and let me call in the last presenter of the day for technical session 3. It is the paper about overuse of steroid drugs methylprednisolone and dexamethasone causes a diabetic patient to become infected with the black fungus in the coronavirus by Mr. Ashwin Singh Chauhan.
Okay.
Hi, yes, I can hear you. You can go ahead and share your screen, please.
Okay. Here, she.
All right, yes, perfect. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I present my PPT, I would like to personally thank you for organizing the conference by Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science. And I also thanks to allow me to present my research article as a speaker at the International Conference on Technological Advancement in Science, Engineering, Management, and Pharmaceutics. So this is my topic. Today my topic, so I am going to present. Is my topic overuse of steroid drug, methylprednisolones, and dexamethasone oral for diabetic patient to become infected with the black fungus of the coronavirus. Guide myself, Ashwin Singh Chauhan. I am pharmacology assistant professor at JNU Pharmacy Institute of Department. My co-author name Bharat Pariyar, Bharti Rathod, Ram Prasad. So we all know the COVID-19 virus has damages a lot of harm of mankind all over the world. COVID-19 got more impact on a country with a high population like India. After COVID-19 in India, the effect of infection called black fungus was more visible. We tried to find out the reason behind the black fungus, and we came to know that the doctor have prescribed more steroid medicine to prevent further spread of COVID-19 infection. Due to more prescribed steroid drug, immunity level reduced in the COVID-19 patients. The black fungus present in the environment. In fact, people with a lot of immunity easily entering their body and infected. In the research paper, we have uncovered the reason behind the black fungus in India after the recovery of COVID-19 patients. Overuse of both steroid, methylprednisolone, and dexamethasone drug. Overuse of both methylprednisolone and dexamethasone drug on a corona patient can be result in serious side effect, and new infection may appear during their use. Prolonged use of both steroid drug, methylprednisolone and dexamethasone may produce the posterior subcapsular glaucoma and glaucoma with the potentially damage on the optic nerve. It may accelerate the establishment of secondary ocular infection caused by fungi and virus. It has also been observed that more methylprednisolone and dexamethasone drug increase the level of glucose in the body, leading to normal corona patient who do not have any disease and the diabetes after recovering from the excessive consumption of methylprednisolone and dexamethasone drug. The introductions. Oh, what is the black fungus? Black fungus, also known as the mycorrhizasis, is a rare but dangerous infection. Black fungus is caused by getting into contact with the fungus spore in the environment. It can also form in the skin after the fungus enters through the gut, scrap, burn, and another type of skin trauma. What is the reason? Because mycorrhizasis is the type of mold that causes fungal infection. The mold can be found everywhere in the environment, including soil, air, and food. They have entered the body by the nose, mouth, and eye, can have an impact on the brain if is not treated on time. According to medical expert, the main cause of black fungal mycorrhizasis is steroid overuse during the COVID-19 treatment. Black fungus primarily affect the people who have health problem or who have a medication that reduce the body ability to fight germ and illness. The person immunity is low after COVID treatment, which make vulnerable to black fungus infection. People with the diabetes and the COVID-19 patient are the greater risk of developing an infection. What is the plan of work? Here is my plan of work. What is a cross-section study was conducted between 50 COVID-19 doctors and some pharmacists from the Department of Outpatient Group of COVID-19 patients. They were informed about the study and they informed the consent was obtained from which would be influenced the doctor choose the both steroid drug methylprednisolone and dexamethasone. The result, what found was the result? A total 50 doctors and some medical pharmacists spoke from across India. We include in the survey doctor prescribe more methylprednisolone and dexamethasone drug, which drug medicine than steroid medicine to corona patients. In our research, most side effects were observed from COVID patient taking the methylprednisolone and dexamethasone drug. Due to overprescription of doctor, we came to know from other study that diabetes who were cured of taking methylprednisolone and dexamethasone medicine. When they had corona, got a disease called a black fungus after some time, and more death from black fungus disease were seen in the diabetes patient. We also found in the survey the methylprednisolone drug is the prescribed more by the doctor in corona patient compared to the methylprednisolone doctor prescribed dexamethasone drug is less given in the COVID patient. In our survey, these are the cities named included in our survey. There's Bangalore, Jodhpur, Jaipur, Jitaran, Jodhpur, Karnataka, Bombay, Mumbai, Ahmedabad, and Vadodara. The kind of cities. And in the survey, we found the methylprednisolone and dexamethasone percentage in the both category of steroid as follow. Dexamethasone 42 percentage and methylprednisolone 58% we found. What is the conclusion? As the conclusion, a major 3 point highlight. This research had shown that overuse of methylprednisolone and the dexamethasone drug take the diabetes patient, he has a serious eye effect and cause a black fungus. It has been found from research that 3 things have been detected by giving high amount of steroid drug to corona patient. First, patient who have been cured of corona, who did not have any disease before corona, after recovering from corona in their body, after going home, they have a diabetes. Second, those corona patients who already have diabetes, after being cured by giving more steroid medicine, they got complaint of black fungus disease. Third, these are 2 things have shown that more steroid are being given to the corona patient than giving more side effect, because giving more steroid reduce the immunity in the body, due to which the blood fungus present in the environment easily found in the patient with the low immunity. It goes away and the infection increase the patient dies. If the patient does not take a treatment on time, then his life also death and lost. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any question from our chairs?
One question, madam, from my side.
Yep, go ahead, please.
Sir, what is the impact of steroids on the immune system, sir?
Because steroid mainly doctor prescribe if infection level is high in your body. The steroid reduce the infection level in the body. That's why doctor more prescribe the steroid. But if steroid taken up a long time, they have a serious side effect, because they reduce the immunity of your body. Or black fungus, you know that easily found in our environment, and who can only which people that goes into the body when your patients have low immunity in body.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all presenters. Congratulations. We will go ahead and proceed with our valedictory session. You may now stop sharing. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Before we proceed, may I request everyone to please open your cameras. Then I will be capturing your faces again for remembrance. Everyone, please open your cameras. There you go. Handsome people. Beautiful ones there. Why are you hiding? All right. There you go. Yes. The more the merrier. All All right. Please hold it for a few seconds because I will be switching pages. Okay, one moment. Right, come on, there. Oh my, Mr. Bharat, they're so handsome. All right, give me those big smiles, everyone. Hi, Miss Shishma. Right, big smiles, everyone. 1, 2, say cheese. All right, one more, one moment. All right, hold it. Second screen, smile. Good job, everyone. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I welcome an associate professor in ECE of Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science at Hyderabad, India. Let us welcome Mrs. K. Shyamala.
Yeah. Good evening.
Hi.
Ma'am.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Just 1 minute, madam.
Okay.
Sound not visible.
I think I'm just going to go back with Mrs. Shyamala. For now, let us welcome and is still an assistant professor in ECE at Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, Hyderabad, India. That to be announcing the best paper and best presentation awards. Let us welcome Mrs. A. Gotami. Mrs. Tami.
Hi, ma'am.
Hi, yes.
Hi.
The floor is yours.
1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah, Jojo ma'am. Just we need a few more minutes because session 3 test papers has to be collected.
Oh, okay. My apologies. All right, everyone, let's have like a 10-minute break, okay?
It's break we need, because they have to correct the session 3.
No, no worries. My apologies.
Thanks a lot.
How's the weather there in India, by the way?
Very hot.
Very hot?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought there was something. Yeah, you were having problems with your network yesterday. Everything good now? Yeah, it's hot here too.
This is India.
I'm in the Philippines.
Oh, okay.
Did you present today? Do you have interesting topics there to share with us today?
Good afternoon, one and all.
Good afternoon.
May I start, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
So, good afternoon, one and all. I'm sorry. Okay. So, welcome to all to the International Conference on Technological Advancement in Science, Engineering, Management, and Pharmaceutics 2021. It is organized by Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, in association with Institute for Engineering, Research and Publication. I will be announcing the best paper and best paper presentation from the 82 papers in 5 sessions. Here they are. In session 1A, best paper is Cascaded Deep Network Architecture for Multimodal Biometric Recognition by Mr. B. Abraham David. Next, the best paper presentation is VHDL implementation of asynchronous gray code counter using reversible logic gates by S. Deepika. In session 1B, best paper is area optimized VLSI architecture for dynamic accuracy configurable multiplier using higher order compressors by Kolakani Pujita. Best paper presentation is mobile charging on insertion of coin by P. Apurva.
Session 2A, best paper is portable low-cost ventilator by Aniket Geg, and best paper presentation is efficient intelligent controller for heart exchanger system, G. Rajendra Naik. Session 2B, best paper is mathematical modeling and experimental analysis of hydrocarbon-based MRFD by Dr. Mr. Raju. Data privacy in cloud computing by Django, a Python-based free and open source web framework by Mr. V. Viresh. And the best paper presentation for session 2B, MapReduce parameter optimization of Hadoop using genetic algorithm by Anusha Orje. For third session, the best paper, overuse of steroid drugs, methyl, prednisone and dexamethasone oral causes a diabetic patient to become infected with the black fungus in the coronavirus, Ashwin Singh. And best paper presentation is Study the impact of e-commerce on Indian economy by Manojit Kumar. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much and congratulations to all the awardees. And this may serve as an inspiration to everyone that the timely research is very important also. Now let's hear from I think that's the presentation of the award. Next, I would like to welcome to deliver the vote of thanks a professor from the Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, Hyderabad, India, Dr. P. Sumita Bashini.
Yeah.
Hi, ma'am.
Just sorry for the interruption. Actually,
Go ahead.
We are waiting for our chairman sir's brief words. Because in the inauguration function we have missed him, our chairman sir. So,
go ahead, please.
But thanks is my intention.
All right.
Meanwhile, we need to stay.
Please introduce.
Once again, because some participants are adding now, once again we can go for the test paper because people are added. Once again, they may be listening.
Okay.
Yeah, I request Gautami ma'am or else Shamla ma'am once again to go for the test papers and test paper presentations.
Thank you, sir.
They're going to go through the best paper again, best paper presentation.
Just a minute, sorry. Our chairman sir has joined.
Okay. All right.
Sir, please unmute yourself, sir. Sir, not you are still muted, sir.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's audible, sir.
Okay. How is everything going on?
Yeah, fine, sir.
Okay.
Great.
Thanks a lot. Sorry, I couldn't attend yesterday's inaugural function. I was held up, actually.
It's all right, as long as you're here.
Thanks a lot. Okay. Let me just a minute. I have some few issues. Okay, done. First of all, let me thank everyone who has attended the conference. I couldn't welcome you yesterday, but I'll take the opportunity now to welcome all of you. It was my pleasure to welcome everyone for this international conference on technological achievement in science, engineering, management, and pharmaceuticals. 2021 aims to bring together leading academic scientists, researchers, and research scholars to exchange and share their experiences and research results about all aspects of electronic and communication engineering, electrical engineering, computer science and engineering, information science and engineering, biotechnology, mechanical engineering, civil engineering, basic science engineering, and a Master of Business Administration. Let me quickly recap some of the key points which I've got the information from our HODs. More participants and research scholars, various universities came all over the India of various universities, shared their design models. All are felt happy for providing the Holy Mary Group of Institutions platform to showcase their innovation knowledge in this pandemic situation. We are very happy for the collaboration with IFERP for the program to host with our college. Hope we will continue the same in future as well. I congratulate the director, Dr. Bhaskar Reddy Garu, for this support. I congratulate our HOD, Mr. Vice David Solman, for his continuous efforts to make this event a successful event. And I congratulate and thank all my faculty members, participants, IFERP, and all who are directly or indirectly involved to making this conference a successful one. Finally, what made this conference a success is the belief among all the participants that in increasingly technological knowledge, sharing, improvement, and platform. I wish you all success to all the participants in the future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir.
So please continue. I would like to take a leave. Sorry for my early leaving. I have some other appointments which I have to take care of now. And thanks a lot, Ms. Mohaila. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Jojo ma'am.
And thanks a lot, especially to Ms. Jojo for conducting the event on a very successful note.
Thank you so much. Sir, you may.
Thank you. Let me take a leave and you please continue with your the program.
All right. You have a great day. And we'll go back to our schedule. Yep, and I would like to call on again, my apologies, madam. Yeah, I would like to call on again Dr. P. Sumibashini, Professor of Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, Hyderabad, India, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi,
Honorable
yeah. Yes, you are.
Institutions, Mr. A. Siddhartha Reddy Garu, Director of Holy Mary Group of Institutions, Dr. Bhaskar Reddy Sir Garu, invited guests, keynote speakers, Convener of International Conference, Mr. David Solomon Sir, HODs of various departments, senior professors, fellow colleagues, dear participants across the globe, gathered here. A very good afternoon to one and all. I, Dr. P. Sumibashini, working as a professor in the Department of ECE in Holy Mary Group of Institutions, on this wonderful afternoon, presenting vote of thanks. Ends are not bad things. They just mean that something else is about to begin. And there are many things that don't really end. I take this golden opportunity to thank Professor A. Varaprasad Reddy Garu for giving us the platform to conduct this international conference, Dr. A. Vijay Sharda Reddy Garu for providing the possibilities, and our chairman, Sir Siddhartha Reddy Garu, for full support during these 2 days. And I thank Professor Moshe Wardi, professor at Rice University, for his motivational words towards a better future. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Siddhit Kumar, founder, IFERP group, for his explanation about inter-college collaboration and giving the platform to the participant to showcase their technical knowledge. We are grateful to pay Professor Dinakar Pal for his impressive talk. We have been fortunate to have the encouraging chairman, Sir Siddhartha Reddy Garu again, who helped us for successful journey of the international conference over 2 days. And thank you for providing the support to conduct this international conference. Without him, it is not successful. I want to extend my thanks to the Director, Sir, of Holy Mary Group of Institutions, Dr. Bhaskar Reddy Sir Garu, who has encouraged and given cooperation for complete successful of this 2 days journey. I thank all HODs of various departments for their support by encouraging their staff and students to participate in this international conference over the 2 days. I thank Honorable Session Chairs of 2 days, Dr. B. Karunai Sir, Mallikarjun Sir, Pratap Reddy Sir, Shamla Ma'am, Gautami Ma'am, Sushma Madam, for his continuous support to complete the presentation in time. I thank all non-teaching staff who supported indirectly, directly to make this event a grand success. Last but not least, the special thanks to the Jojo Mehoy Ma'am, who is so active from starting second of the event till now. Everyone is saying how active she is with her support. We did this event. Once again, I thank everyone who are participated, who have spent time during these 2 days and encourage the participants in their better future. And I thank especially to the convener of the event, Salman sir, for his continuous support and motivational words and encouraging the staff to participate in this 2 days international conference. I hope this will continue in future. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much for that great speech. Thank you so much, madam. And yeah, I would also like to I tried my very best for everyone to be, of course, not be bored with as a moderator. And yeah, I would also want to take this opportunity to send my respects to all the participants, the listeners, and to everyone that stayed all throughout the end, because I know it's not that easy, and it's yeah, I'll send out my respects to you all. And also, if any one of you wants to provide feedback to me, to the conference, or any suggestions that you may want to provide to us, please. Sir David Suleiman, do you have any feedback?
Not at all, because support is from the IFERP.
Suggestion or negative reaction?
The reason is what I said on the starting day itself, because of the technical issues and power problems we are facing. So it was taken over all the efforts from your side. That's the only thing. And a few things are there, means it has to be going on in the conference and all. So everyone has supported us, the participants also, because of these breakout rooms and all. We are new actually. And personally, myself, I'm new to this breakout rooms and all. I learned a lot, not about the publications, research and all. And because we are using from past 10 to 12 months the Zoom app, but we never entered into these breakout rooms and all, how it is and all. By this session, I learned that one, and mostly our staff also had got some awareness about these breakout rooms and all. So we are also, as a teacher, as a professor, or as a lecturer, we are learners. So we are still learning about these days and the coming days also. And I hope the same association and continuation will be there with the IFERP team. And a few things I have requested the IFERP organizers also. So hopefully, I think we are going to get it in a soon from them. And thanks especially to yourself, Jojo Mehan ma'am, and Venkateshwari madam, and Preeti. And I cannot forget Arihant, because he is the main person who has given me what we can say, the confidence. So we can conduct, that's not an issue. Just to follow the things what we are sending to your mail, and as per that we can go ahead. So each and every pinpoint, when I'm observing in the website, any mistakes, any changes, any corrections, immediately within hours only they have rectified that. So that effort can be done when we have much awareness on these things. That's what I noticed, and it's also helpful for me personally to learn how to organize and how to go ahead with these type of virtual sessions especially. So we are habituated for the physical and offline things only, but virtual, this is the first one, a conference. That too, it's not a national wide, it is an international wide, and receiving lectures from Bits Pilani and from other countries also is a great helpful for us, all the people. That's what I want to tell and conclude from my side. Thank you once again, everyone.
Thank you so much. And of course, big round of applause for everyone, and to all the awardees and to all the participants and the presenters. A very good job. All right. And on behalf of the IFERP, I heartily thank all the delegates and students who have contributed to this conference success. Thank you all for participating in our conference. Stay tuned with us for further conference updates from IFERP. Thank you so much, and see you on our future conferences, guys.
Thank you.
Good luck. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Thank you all.